So I tell Ann Anderson, whoops, yeah, I tell Ann Anderson that she needs to wait a little.
Tell her to, well, yeah, but you know what? David Leviton knows who she is, so he is emailing her right now.
Oh, good, okay, all
Yeah,
right,
I
good.
think we're good, Mary.
All right, thanks.
Okay, we are live streaming. Hold on, let me bring in. Is Marcus Galaxy S20?
Marcus should be coming in. I gave him the link because
Okay,
for
is
some
he?
reason he was getting a different link.
Okay, well, I'm gonna pull in Galaxy S20 and see if that's him. If not, I'm gonna boot it.
Ann got on,
Oh, maybe that's,
she said.
okay, hold on here. It is not letting me bring it in. Oh, here. Galaxy S20, can you identify yourself?
This is Marcus.
Oh, Marcus. Okay, great. I just wanted to be sure. Okay, Ann Anderson is in attendees. I'm going to hit record. All right, Mayor, if the council is comfortable proceeding, we're good.
Yeah, okay, we've got everybody back after our little technical issue. As far as the logistics of that, we can figure that out afterwards. We are not taking public comment on during this session, so I don't see an open OPMA issue as it is being live streamed and recorded on YouTube for people's review, and they can give us comments based upon that. So with that, let's continue off. Aaron, where you left off.
Mayor, if I could, and certainly the council's call, I'd like Aaron to start over. I hate to ask that, but that first video is a bit corrupted with the pornography.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay.
Fine.
Sorry, Aaron.
No, that's okay, Kelly. And I'll just, I'll do the same thing I did, but I'm gonna have to speed up a little bit. So
Okay.
try to get you guys back on.
Let me figure out your sharing here. Hold on.
It says I can share.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, maybe we can pick up the pace a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, real quick, Kelly, on the website where we got it posted, agendas and minutes, I'm not seeing the special minutes. That's where I saw that was on the back end side. Is this actually on the city council?
It's on the
meeting?
city calendar.
On the city calendars, we got that. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and put it on the city calendar and I'll work on the notice.
Hey,
All right.
Troy and Kelly, can you figure out the logistics of that?
Absolutely.
Let's get going with this.
Yep.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
Ready.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, for this chance to give you all an update on the capital improvement program. Again, there are 4 buckets of capital projects: facilities, parks, transportation, surface water, and they're happening. These projects are happening throughout the city. Over the past 4 years, the number of projects has steadily increased, with 2021 being our most ambitious year, with the most, potentially the most projects either designed or constructed. In the facilities bucket, we have several projects that I'm going to discuss, and I'll begin with the police station. This is a project that is nearly complete. It really began about 2 years ago now. And the project includes a tenant improvement of existing office buildings to convert them to a police station. We also constructed a new evidence facility that is attached to a conference center, a commercial conference center that has been converted to a police structure as well. The budget for this project was $4.25 million, funded by a bond and some police grants. Construction began in March 2020 and will be complete this month. In fact, I think we have occupancy in our final inspections completed. The photo in the middle is the previous police station closer to City Hall, and the photos on the right are the new police station. The Public Works shop tenant improvements are really an interior remodel or tenant improvement of an existing CMU building. The photo on the upper right is, if you're familiar with the facility, used to be where the offices were that have since been demolished, and new offices will be constructed in their place. The goal is to move the Public Works admin team to this space, creating more space in City Hall for other employees. We'll also include a Public Works crew bullpen, break room, and meeting space. It will be a standalone Public Works facility. The budget for the project is $1.4 million, funded by the surface water utility and the general fund. Construction began this month, and Eric is very eager to get moved into this building. I don't blame him. We're hoping to move in June of this year. The decant facility on Hartford Road is also well underway. Construction began in October of last year. The decant facility includes 5 decant bays. As I mentioned earlier, the purpose of a decant facility is to remove water from Vactor and sweeper waste so that that waste can be disposed of as municipal solid waste. The liquids go to the sanitary sewer system. The budget for this project is $1.4 million, funded by the surface water utility, the general fund, and the Lake Stevens Sewer District. This is a 50-50 cost share with the Lake Stevens Sewer District. That 50-50 cost share includes property acquisition and construction. The other facility project that's going to happen this year is the former police station restoration. The former police station in the back of the facility is sinking, it's subsiding. So the Public Works Department's going to undertake a project to raise that portion of the building and stabilize it so it can be used for another public purpose. On to parks. We're back at Lundin Park. A few years ago, we did a large restoration of that park. You can see the photos are during construction of that project. What's left to do really is improve the parking area. So repair and replace the extruded curb in the parking lot, seal that parking lot, restripe it. There's also some project elements that include a sunshade and picnic tables on the existing pads, just refining, improving this gem of a park, in my opinion, gem of a park in Lake Stevens. Small budget project, $75,000, funded by park mitigation. Construction will happen this summer. North Cove Phase 2, again, another project that's well underway. This project is to the west of City Hall. It's an extension of North Cove Park, our downtown park. The additional elements include a restroom facility that's much needed. And if you haven't driven by and taken a look at that, it's much farther along than that photo at the top of this slide shows. It includes a playground, an accessible playground. So the surface of the playground is going to be this turf material. It's a really nice playground surface, high end. And then garbage enclosures and a parking lot. The budget for the project is $1.5 million. We have a state grant and park mitigation dollars that are funding it. It will be completed this year as soon as May and open to the public at that time. The Powerline Trail project is, the purpose of this project is to create a multi-use path or connection from 20th Street Southeast at the south end of the city to 8th Street Southeast. This is one of the first phases of this Powerline Trail project to go potentially through the city, providing pedestrian access through the city, through this power line easement area. The budget for the project is, yes.
Aaron, this is Steve. A quick question. So I know we had kind of an interlocal agreement with Marysville to get that to go all the way up into their city. I'm not sure where that's at because 8th Street obviously is well short of, Soper Hill area. What can you say about that?
Russ, do you want to answer that one?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Ewing. This project is going to be broken up into several phases. And the first phase that we've identified starts down in 20th Street. There's more opportunity. Marysville, though, has been moving forward with their own project, and they've made some capital requests to start the link on their side. So that will be a future phase of this tying into the Marysville from Frontier Heights North.
Great. Okay. So design, the $250,000 is for primarily for design. There's some construction dollars in there as well. "20th Street Southeast Ball Fields." This is very near the power line, that first phase of the Power Line Trail project. This project includes adding 32 parking stalls and stormwater treatment to an existing gravel parking lot off of 20th Street Southeast. That's a gravel parking lot that's adjacent to the ball fields that are to the east. The budget for the project is $100,000 funded by park mitigation. It will be constructed this summer. "20th Street Southeast Ball Field improvements." This project really expands upon the practice fields that are there now and the parking lot I just mentioned. It will add additional amenities, including a playground, off-leash dog areas, restrooms, picnic areas, and trails that are primarily to the north of the existing practice fields. You can see there's a shy dog area, an off-leash play area. The red shaded areas are wetlands, and then the blue trails and is shown. That's the Power Line Trail, and then there's a playground picnic area in light blue. The budget for this project is $200,000. The fund source is park mitigation. This can be combined with other funding in this area to generally complete sort of a larger goal, larger project. Planning is underway. Other park projects. I could go on and on about parks. I think we all could. We have the Oak Hill Park shade structure and furniture. We have a launch pay station at North Cove Park. There's the North Cove Phase 3, and we're going to talk more about that. The Millspur Road, essentially. Sunset Beach restoration, Davies Beach dock and facility restoration. Those are big projects, $100,000 each. Vehicle charging stations at North Cove Park, in the parking lot that's being constructed for that playground and picnic structure park. Adding boat slips to North Cove, the North Cove dock, and replacing the old North Cove Park pedestrian wood bridge. It's not even a pedestrian bridge, wood bridge with a pedestrian bridge. And there may be 2 bridges out there into North Cove Park. On to transportation. 20th Street Phase 2 is a project that's nearly complete. In fact, it likely will be complete in the next few weeks. I'm sure that most of you have driven on this road. It's essentially, it widened the road. It continued a widening project on 20th Street. It includes sidewalks on both sides, bike accommodations, and 4 travel lanes with turn pockets. And of course, there are underground improvements as well. It's a large budget project at $5.9 million. It's a big project, funded by the TIB and some city match TIB is Transportation Improvement Board. And again, it's nearly complete. To the west of the 20th Street widening project is the 20th Street Mobility or BAT Lane project. The purpose of this project is really to add an HOV lane that will be dedicated part-time to HOV, not HOV, transit use, getting onto the trestle, onto the trestle. The budget for the project is $2.4 million, funded by a WashDOT Regional Mobility Grant and some city match. Construction will be complete in spring 2021. The thing that's hanging that project up is striping, primarily striping. That's a seasonal issue. We need dry pavement to paint it. And so we're going to do the best we can to manage the traffic through that area until it can be properly striped. Millspur, and there's going to be more on this later in this presentation from Russ and Jean. So I'll just cue it up and touch it, and then we'll come back to it. The Millspur is the idea of the Millspur is a curbless street west of Main Street at essentially at 18th Street. The use of the street will include business access and festival overflow. The street is basically where the library access is now in downtown. The budget for the project is $2.2 million. It's going to be funded by grants, property sales, park mitigation funds. Design is well underway on this project, but there are several critical path issues. And I think Russ and Jean are going to cover those, and Eric will probably weigh in as well when we get there. South Lake Stevens Road, multi-use path phase 3. You can see this nifty little map I made. There's one little section there to connect South Lake Stevens Road to State Route 9. It's 1,000 feet that we need of multi-use path to complete this pedestrian connection. And that's the area where Costco will be. So it's a critical path. It's a critical connection for pedestrians. The budget for the project's $100,000, sort of a smaller project, but very important. Funded by the general fund and park mitigation, design and right-of-way this spring. 117th Avenue Northeast. This is near downtown. The idea is to construct, this is a project that comes back every year, and it's a project we really need to fund and find a way to construct. It's not a small project. It's 2,200 linear feet of sidewalk. But whenever you put sidewalk in, you have to put storm drainage in. You have to put underground utilities in. And that's what drives up the cost. The budget right now for the project, sort of what we had left over, essentially, it's $175,000. That's really going to be for design and right of way. We need to find a way to fund this project. Perhaps needs a grant. Construction could happen as soon as 2022, pending funding. Costco, sort of the large project, Costco State Route 9, 20th Street Southeast. And I'm going to hand it back to Eric to introduce this project.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. Most everyone's familiar with the Costco Southwest Lake Stevens Development Project. So I'm not going to spend a ton of time on it, but I did want to make mention of some specific elements of the project. So what you're seeing here on your screen is site layout of Costco as we know it here today. So we'll start on the first phase, north, basically items A, B, C, and D. That project was awarded to Reese Construction. It's currently underway. It consists of intersection improvements on 20th and constructing 91st Avenue from 20th to 21st, which includes replacement of some of the Everett water lines. Currently, being constructed now, partnership with Everett, where they agreed to pay 67% of the cost of the replacement of the water mains. Heading south on 91st, you'll see the yellow section E. That's what we consider 91st frontage road that would access Costco. And it makes the corner heading east on 24th, where the main Costco entrance would be. It includes a sewer lift station, which is K, stormwater facility down in the bottom purple. And then this new South Lake Stevens Road alignment, which would not go to Highway 9 like it does now. It would cut up, make a tie-in to a signalized intersection at 24th that you're seeing there. And then we have a partnership with WashDOT to build a roundabout on Highway 9. So there's lots of pieces to the puzzle, lots of different funding that's going into this project. Maybe the next slide, Aaron. So this was the spreadsheet that we've been working through with Costco all along. It refers back to the development agreement the city signed with Costco. Really what we're looking at is a total of the offsite cost. You'll see in the column down there of 18 million. We come down and we look at city funding sources to get to this bond amount, which I know Barb is going to be bringing forward in February. So we have some property sales, we have some impact fees, some traffic impact zone money going into it, some REIT 2. Obviously a revenue was the reimbursement from City of Everett. And then we've got several grants on the project. We had a fish culvert grant and some stormwater money. And then we received a TIB construction grant for that portion of 91st and 24th, which brought our bond amount to about $6 million. I may make one note that I know Barb is looking at some creative funding to cover the $3 million TIB grant until we can get the grant back in the city coffers. So we may need to front load that $3 million grant while we await reimbursement. So pretty ambitious project. The schedule right now moving forward is hopefully Costco can be open November of this year, 2021. Just working with the permitting and WashDOT on the fish window for the roundabout and some of the other logistics. But I know that's really quick and there's a lot of information to digest, but that's the current status of where we are today.
Okay,
Eric.
great. Yep, thanks, Eric.
So that's pretty ambitious. November, we're going to be done with the roundabout, 24th. All of that is going to be done.
Yes.
Whoa, I don't think WashDOT can do that. I'm going to be interested in watching this one.
Their part is just the roundabout.
Oh, okay, I get it. All right.
Costco will be constructing everything else. The city's portion was that first phase of 91st from 20th to 21st. All the interior road network is performed by Costco.
Right.
I would like to give a shout out to the sewer district. They stepped up on this project and agreed to extend their sewer across Highway 9 when we build the roundabout. So that's a big part of this project, to be able to get sewer to the east side of Highway 9. And the sewer district worked with the city and WashDOT and Costco to come up with a plan to extend their sewer across Highway 9. So I might want to mention that's a huge benefit to the city as a whole. So.
Okay. Any other questions for Eric? Okay. There are 3 other transportation projects. We've got annual sidewalk improvement extension projects. There's an annual allotment of $200,000 for that. There's a small project at 99th U-turn channelization and pavement preservation, which is overlays and crack sealing and just maintaining our existing asphalt surfaces. Surface water, just a handful of projects, but also very important. A big project, we've talked about it several times. I know I've brought it to council a few times. Shannon's taken the lead on this. Weir replacement and outlet channel improvements. The city has a contract with David O Consulting Group to design a replacement project for the lake outlet weir and to modify the channel to improve capacity. But in the meantime, the city has performed a fair amount of maintenance under a permit with Fish and Wildlife to remove vegetation from the outlet channel. So you can see the photo on the upper right was the stream channel during the spring in 2019. It slowly fills in with vegetation. That's just the nature of these stream channels. The problem with that is that vegetation slows down the flow of water, likely creating a backwater condition that contributes to the flooding experienced in that area and potentially on the lake as well. And so what Public Works has done is gotten an HPA, hydraulic project approval from Fish and Wildlife to do some vegetation maintenance, basically, by removing that vegetation and clearing that channel. Not silt, not sediment, just the vegetation so that water can flow more easily. And from my perspective, just viewing the way that has worked, that really has opened the channel up. You can see the photo in the lower right, that channel is much wider and that water level has gone down substantially. Now, it hasn't rained a lot either, but I think both have contributed to that. Eric, do you want to add anything to that?
I don't, other than we're actively pursuing additional permitting to hopefully in the fish window, maybe expand on this work a little bit this year to do some minor cleaning of the bottom of the stream. I caution using the word dredge. I know everybody likes that word, but I try to stay clear of the word dredge. But anyhow, making some further channel improvements and some restorations that will help out as well. So,
right. Yeah. So back to the weir replacement and outlet channel improvements, scope of work. The idea is to replace the weir with potentially a weir that, well, not potentially, certainly a weir that manages the lake level. Right now, the weir, as we've discussed, the weir really can only manage the lake level during the transition seasons, the shoulder seasons, so fall and spring. During the winter, the weir is completely inundated. And during the summer, there's a dry stream channel. So that weir really only operates a few months of the year. That's not the way it should be. So the schedule now is to replace the weir likely in 2022, but complete the channel capacity improvements this summer is the idea.
Hey, Aaron, quick
Yes.
question. I understand that Fish and Wildlife may be able to, we may be able to apply for some grants to fund some of that. Did I understand that correctly?
Eric, do you want
That
to?
there may be some opportunity to help with that, some of the improvements of the weir. Is that accurate, or am I not understanding that correctly?
that is accurate, Councilmember Ewing. We do have a tentative application in with the WIRA group, the watershed group in the area, and I know they were voting on some of these grants last week. The guy from Fish and Game, Kurt, actually sits on their board, and he was very supportive of our project. So that's one grant that we have a really good shot at obtaining, but we're also looking at other ones that meet the criteria, potentially some FEMA grants and some other ecology capacity type of grants. So this is a major priority for us to search for additional funding for sure. So.
That's outstanding.
Great. Okay, the next project is the Catherine Creek 36th Street Bridge repair. So the photo behind the text, you can see, it's sort of hard to see, but you can see a bit of a dip in the road, if you notice that. And what's happening is the photo on the right is a photo taken from underneath that culvert, that bridge, excuse me, and you see some scouring around those footings. So that's, we are concerned about this bridge. This bridge is being inspected 4 times a year. Usually bridges are inspected once every 2 years. This bridge is a critical piece of our infrastructure and needs to be addressed. There's $250,000 in the budget this year to complete a design of this bridge replacement project. It's funded by the Surface Water Utility. And design will occur this spring and summer and likely into the fall. And anytime you're working in the water, there's a lot of work to do with the permitting agencies, and it's no different with this project.
And I may elaborate a little bit. This is a good candidate too to look for those same types of grants, as well as some federal transportation bridge type of grants. So we've settled on a couple preferred designs. We're working on the modeling. This is a wood structure that you can see under there that's been shored up several times with additional posts and beams. And there is currently a weight limit on that bridge, so we're not using it for, it's been signed to restrict heavy truck traffic as well as the increased inspection time frame. This is a main road that goes to our industrial area, and so it's an important connection. That it would be nice if we replaced it. We've had talk about some development up on that corner, but they need water, and a new bridge would accommodate to extend the water main down there and some other options. So this is an important project to the city. We don't want it to fall off the radar screen. We are looking for outside funding for this one as well.
Eric, I'll introduce this, but this really is, it's a public works maintenance issue at this time. There's a culvert at 99th Avenue
Aaron, Mary
Southeast.
had a question real quick.
Oh, sure.
Unmute.
Gotcha. And some kind of industrial area, I think, if I misheard you, I'm sorry, Eric, but right there at 36, right? Would that not add to the traffic you have on Grade Road? And if we don't address the coming out onto 92, that could be a problem. I just wondered if I heard you correctly.
Correct. This just ties the Hartford industrial area as another route for ingress, egress to better service that area. In our long-term capital plan, we have some plans for Grade Road to make upgrades on Grade Road there as well. So
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
and I can take the 99th, Aaron.
great.
99th, 4th Southeast. We have a 18-inch CMP culvert that flows under the road there, east to west. The pipe is compromised in the middle of the road under 99th. It's rusted out, collapsed. We had a backup here that flooded a residence. They've since filed a claim against the city. We were able to emergency pump. We had to close the road. We got it down. We got it flowing a little bit. Aaron, were you able to add any of those pipe photos? No? Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We got it pumped down enough to get a camera in there and take a look at the collapsed section of pipe. We're proposing to get our permit in an HPA to Fish and Game and then pipe burst this, which is a method where you pull a new 20-inch HDPE line underneath the road to a manhole that's in the people on the northeast corner's backyard. where it then attaches to the existing pipe and flows across to Fourth. So that project is moving forward. We submitted our application yesterday, and we've gotten some quotes on this pipe bursting method. They've looked at it. I think it's a suitable candidate and we can make that work. So more information will be coming forward as we get our permit approved and we look at making this repair. So
may I ask a question?
Certainly.
So where was this picture taken?
this is standing on Fourth looking north. up
Okay,
99.
okay, so 99th is ahead of you, is that right? Where that car is, that's 99th?
Correct.
So this is the Monkman's house over here with all that water in their yard, is that correct?
That is Ingolstad's.
Ingolstadt, okay, all right. So I'm wondering why the culvert collapsed. Do you have any thoughts on how that happened? And who could be held responsible for that? I just wonder.
Yes, it's not a collapse, meaning that you had a failure or a lack of workmanship. It rusted out. It's an old steel pipe and they just don't have a very long lifespan. It's been in there a lot of years and it just rusted out and is gone. We see that a lot in town. They really don't use corrugated metal pipe anymore because of this type of issue. So anything nowadays is all HDPE, so it doesn't rust out. So nobody's fault. It's just old and needs to be replaced.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's move on. Russ, this is when you take over.
Great. Thanks, Aaron, for everything already. So if you can just work through the slides for me, that would be great. So for the newer council members, I just wanted to remind you of where we've been with the downtown planning process. You did get a report that goes into a bit more detail, so please stop me at any time if you have questions. As we laid out the downtown plan, one of the things that we did differently from our other two sub-area plans is the city council agreed to adopt a fairly aggressive set of public improvements to really kickstart the plan. That's not something they had did with 20th Street Plan or the Lake Stevens Center. So some of the fundamental projects that were identified were, how do you bring in increased economic development in the downtown, really looking to improve the main street, do renovations to North Cove Park, provide a regional attraction, and provide public parking. Next slide. So as Aaron's already walked you through, we've accomplished several of these goals. We've gone through phase 1 of North Cove Park, which set the pedestrian promenade, relocated the War Memorial, and really built that great lawn and updated and upgraded the beach that was there and the public pier. Next slide. As far as a community center, obviously you're all familiar with the mill. That was one of the big highlights of this program that we gave back, and this was through grant funding and some local dollars to construct this new community center that's now available for a variety of public and private events. Aaron talked about we're in the middle of North Cove Phase 2. These slides just give you some newer pictures than you saw earlier. We have the accessible playground. That was really a goal of our Parks Board, is to have a fully accessible playground. So this will be unique to the city and probably a lot of parks in the region, that the entire playground is accessible for all children. In the background, you see the new picnic pavilion with the roofing on and the sidings getting started, and then the lookout observation deck in that bottom picture. Future things to occur will be some shoreline restoration around the outlet channel for new vegetation, and then adding additional park amenities, furniture, and picnic areas. Next slide. So phase 3 is where we're at right now. We're under a design phase. So phase 3 builds out this plaza adjacent to the mill. It will include the public art that we've talked about for a few years that will replicate the old water tower. And this becomes the area that we could have winter events, our tree lighting ceremony, and really be the focal point of moving into the park as it ties into the festival street. And then you see some of the things that have to happen for us to accomplish this phase 3 and the mill spur, which is relocating the row club, the museum, and the library. Next slide. So we've talked a lot about Mill Spur. Mill Spur becomes the festival street. It's where we can host Aquafest, our very successful farmers market, and it really just is an extension of the park. And it also opens up a new retail block that will be on the corner of Main Street and 18th, as well as it will be the home for the new museum and Grimm House. Next slide. So one of the first things we need to do is relocate the row house. We've been working with them pretty closely on a site plan to use the Landry property that the city has purchased. You see in the one photo that the Landry house has now been demolished, so it's on the ground and all the debris should be trucked out this week. We've also worked with them on an upgrade to the facade of the building to try and give that a little bit of a facelift. So that project will be happening over the next couple of months, getting them relocated. Eric or Jean, do you have anything you want to add on the Row Club project?
No, just that they've been a really good project or partner in this, working with the city. We will be updating their lease, and what we're proposing to do is a lease rate is to mirror the lease agreement we have with the other row club that operates out of Davies Beach.
Okay, next slide. And so this is the big project, is the new museum and moving the Grimm House. So the movement of the Grimm House is funded with this Festival Street project. It will go to the corner of Mill Spur and 123rd. So it'll finish out that block. It'll be basically across the street from the War Memorial. And then we have drawn up some concepts of what the new museum can look like. And this is based on a lot of feedback from the Historical Society. They shared with us a historic photo of an old hotel in Lake Stevens that they really liked on the facade, but then they wanted to upgrade that with some craftsman style architecture. So this is the working drawing right now that we've been working with our designer on. And the design part of this, as you know, is funded. The construction is not. That would be dependent on us receiving our state grant and selling properties to fund. So this might be a project that occurs in 2022. Any questions from the council on the phases yet? Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to the relocation.
Russ, I do have a question. In order to accomplish this, we need to move the museum pieces out of that building. What's the plan for storage of all that stuff?
Sure. The city has the old evidence storage facility, the PD storage facility. We're going to be moving their artifacts into that space and doing a light renovation to accomplish that in the next couple of months.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so one of the key factors in making all of this work has been finding a new home for the library. Jean and myself and others have been working closely with Snow Isle to really come up with some alternatives. So some of the alternatives we've looked at, as you know, have been using the old police station to move them into. We've also looked at the possibility of a lease rental at a storefront in the Frontier Village area. And they've also looked at the option of what would it look like bringing portables onto their site in Chapel Hill. All of those were evaluated for complexity, permit path, and cost. And ultimately, this last week, the library agreed that moving into the old PD station was the most cost-effective and reasonable alternative. So we're going to be getting geared up to help them with that move to the old PD building. That fulfills the city's obligation to provide them a space, and it's a nice, comfortable space for them that's larger than their current space until funding becomes available for them to construct a permanent facility. Would you like to add anything, Gene? And then Mary, we see your hand.
No, I wouldn't. Well, I guess the only thing that I should mention is the city's funding the repair of that building. So we'll be jacking it up, pulling the skirting off, all the sidewalks will be pulled, the foundation repairs will be made, and then the skirting will go back and the sidewalks and such. The side improvements will be funded by Snow-Owl.
Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, I just, first of all, I think I have to breathe a sigh of relief that we finally landed somewhere after all this time. So yay. I wonder, did the library say how much they're going to have to spend to make that space workable as a library? Did they mention that at all?
They have not shared with us what their proposed budget is for a tenant improvement, but I can say that Eric has been working closely with their facilities person on design and improvements. So we'll just continue to support them in that effort.
And, I was amazed at the process. I think everybody had the best interest for the city down the road everywhere. And it makes me glad that we're coming to some place. And I appreciate your time on this. I know we worked really hard, so thank you.
Russ?
Yes,
beyond the mitigation to the facility there at the old Lake Stevens police facility, what obligations do we have in terms of TI?
I don't believe the city has any obligation for the tenant improvement. That the internal layout really is what Snow-Owl needs.
Okay.
Yeah, and Russ, I just want to add to that too, because we got still a lot of stuff inside that server closet there. We're going to have to pull all that stuff out of there and kind of get what the network cabling is. So hopefully they have that in mind, that they're going to want to recable that facility once they rearrange the internal layout for that building.
Okay, let's make sure you work with Eric, and then he can get you in touch with their IT people to see what their network needs are going to be.
Okay.
And what is the square footage of that space?
I believe the current police station it's over 4,000 square feet. I don't remember the exact dimensions. Their current space is, maybe 2,500.
Okay.
And this facility, it's actually the way it's laid out. There's a sally port in the back of the building that will actually work really nicely for their distribution center. And it has obviously break rooms, restrooms, and then a lot of the internal area really can be opened up for a really open space. So
thank you.
Any other comments on the library relocation? Great, thank you. Go ahead, Aaron. Okay, so this is kind of the exciting project for all of us that also fulfills one of our goals of the downtown plan, is it brings in new retail into the downtown core to really help that be a vibrant area. Staff has put out a proposal on our website requesting letters of interest from potential buyers for this retail corner. What we'd really like to see is a 3-story mixed-use building that brings an active first floor use, and then the second and third floors could be either residential or a mix of residential and office. Again, it would bring some population into the downtown core and some more restaurant type uses or active uses to support the investment that the city's made, obviously, to the park and creating Mill Spur. And we've shown this property now to probably 3 different interested developers. The mayor's been really great at bringing some folks in to look at this site. And so we're pretty excited, and there has been, positive interest in this. Any questions on the council on this part of the process, or thoughts on the potential design as it ties into the Festival Street?
Russ, where would the parking for this facility be located at?
So what we've identified is there could be a parking area behind this off of Main Street. That would be essentially where the parking lot for the church is now. The city owns all of that parking up to the church. So that would be one pocket. And then off of Mill Spur, there's going to be a little bit of leftover space after the museum and Grimm House go in that we could use for lease parking for this facility.
So depending on the uses of this facility, you indicated you'd like to see a restaurant or some active type use. How many parking stalls would you envision that would be needed for this?
It really varies depending on what the scale of the operation is. One thing we did with the downtown zoning is allowed on-street parking to satisfy part of the parking requirements. And this Mill Spur project is going to create at least 30 to 40 on-street parking spaces. So the combination of probably about, I think it was a 20, maybe a little bit more private parking spaces, and then on-street should accommodate whatever use comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next slide. So again, I just want to recap some of the successes that we've looked at. The improvement of the park, we can consider that done through either what's been constructed or what's in design and budgeted for this year. The Main Street improvements partially completed. The north half of those are done. We have funding to build it out down to 16th Street that'll occur after 2022. We've created a community facility downtown with the mill and looking to expand that with the plaza, Mill Spur, and relocating the museum and Grimm House. We've started the process of getting Main Street retail. We're considering municipal parking, not maybe in the exact area that was identified in the plan, but we have identified significant additional parking for downtown. Obviously, City Hall was considered as part of the downtown plan. That only had about 50% support from the community. And you all know that we're working on the Chapel Hill site as the permanent location for a City Hall. And the neighborhood connections to the north and east are planned with future phases. So since 2018, 3 years, we've done a tremendous amount of this 5-year plan for these first fundamental phases, and we'll continue to push in successive years. Any questions from the council? Great, thank you. Okay. Are we ready to roll right into the Civic Center discussion?
Yeah, that's
We ought
the
to take
question.
about
Do we need-
I think we ought to do our break now that we had before, planned on the agenda.
Yeah. Is there anybody who has to take a break real quick, or can we move forward?
I need to take a break.
All right, let's just take 5 so we can stay on track here. Take 5. Ready, break.
Hey, Russ, are you still online? Nope. Okay.
So we're still live streaming. We're just paused on our recording, but we're still showing live stream.
Is there any way to pause live streaming, Kelly?
Well, it says my recording's paused. Can you look on YouTube and see if it's paused?
Let me check.
Okay. Maybe it is.
So far, it looks like it's still going.
Okay.
But I don't know if you can pause YouTube. I mean, you might yet.
Yeah. It says my recording's paused, which is fine, but
For the Zoom recording.
for
You're
the Zoom,
recording. Yeah,
correct.
you're recording the Zoom as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See why we didn't have the ability to do that. Pause.
Wait, you know what? Let me see if. No, it just says stop live stream or view live stream.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if you do stop the live stream and you restart it, I think it creates a whole nother video session. Then you have to kind of slice them together. So.
Yeah, I'd rather not do that.
Okay.
Hey, Troy.
Yeah.
When we take our lunch break, I probably will have to stop YouTube and then start a new session. I think I may just call this the morning session and then the afternoon session.
Oh, because it's so long.
Yeah, and just so that depending on how long they want to break for lunch, it's not streaming the whole time. I've done that in the past. It works pretty good.
Hey, Brett. Do we want to try to, because we lost a half an hour, do you want to put the fireworks off?
No, I think we can do it. I have faith.
Okay. I don't think the fireworks will take very long anyway, but.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
Mayor, I will have a new link for tomorrow that I'll send out to everybody.
A hacker-proof link.
Yeah, it's the plan. I think this format works much better.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah. Also, unfortunately, the when you do start a live stream with YouTube, it doesn't go in there and disable the chat feature. So there's just a couple of people that posted some chats. Comments are disabled, but the chat feature has to be turned off individually. So I've turned that off since.
Okay.
All right, are we missing Sean and Steve? We got a Sean.
Let me know when you want me to start recording again.
Just waiting on Steve. Marcus, are you here?
Marcus is SG520, S25G, I believe.
Right.
He's got the fancy new phone.
I think there's a 22 out now.
Oh, is it? Oh,
There's another one now. It's very important to know that sort of stuff. Right, waiting on Steve. I thought I saw Mary.
there she is. Steve and Marcus, are you back?
Yes.
Oh, great. There's Steve. Marcus, are you back?
Let's go ahead and get started.
Yeah, let's get going. Okay, so-
Recording has been resumed.
Okay, so our next topics are going to be the Snow Isle Library and the Civic Center update. Russ and Jean.
Great. Thank you, Council. So really just planning on a broad overview of the Civic Campus project this morning. Anytime, Jean, please jump in. Councilmember Dickinson, any of your observations, or Mayor, from being part of all of the meetings to date. So what we've accomplished since the inception of the process is the Stowe Group has given the city a revised needs estimate of the proposal from what we had looked at a few years ago with Makers. They believe that the building can have an overall reduction in size of about 3,000 square feet. So just maybe under 19,000 square foot combined city hall with sewer district offices. What that really does is takes out the prior public works component and would insert the sewer district offices into that space, and really is predicated on a lot of shared meeting spaces, storage, etc. It's still at a high level, and we haven't entirely analyzed all of the changing workforce habits. So there is possible reduction for work from home, or if there's a decision made to host other staff in different parts of the city as well moving forward. We've also moved through with a community survey. That survey was out for about 2 weeks and asked very specific questions on demographics, how often folks visit, City Hall or the sewer district offices, as well as use the library, knowledge of the process, and generally, what would people like to see in this type of a project. Overall, lots of support to move forward with a combined project. People are obviously very interested in fiscally responsible project. It became evident that a lot of the survey respondents were more interested in the library facilities than city facilities, but also believed the cost sharing made sense. And it was important to a lot of respondents that there are public venues available for future meeting space in classes, indoor and outdoor. After that, we also had a draft market analysis. One of the questions we've been really wanting to address is, if there's surplus property on the site, is it available for private investment? And so there were a couple of scenarios, sale of properties or lease of spaces within the campus. Both of those looked like feasible options. The market analysis suggested that the northern part of the site that's currently the library owned parcels, or a portion of those, would be appropriate for some sort of multifamily housing, whether townhomes or apartments, and that within the campus itself or at the southern end, there could be some area carved out for some small retail, commercial, or potentially office. Obviously, some of the limiting factors on this site continue to be availability of parking. So that will be something we have to look at. And then the market analysis made some recommendations if we move forward and get to a final design, that surplus property would take on a mixed use zoning to make it the most flexible to respond to whatever the market need is. And they also recommended, if the Morris property that's kitty corner to this is still available, that we might consider some different zoning for that parcel as well. So you'd have a couple of active corners that could play off of each other. The next thing we looked at was a pretty thorough report on the financing options and the delivery options. This went from everything from a fairly standard city designs it. We go out through a standard bid process to a design bid build to the 2830 financing options, or excuse me, 6320 financing options, which are essentially the public-private partnership, where there would be the creation of a nonprofit board that would oversee the construction of this facility that would be owned by a private party for a term of the lease. And then at the end of that term lease would get transferred to the public entity, and a variety of options within that. And there's also a lease option where a private entity would construct the facility and lease it to the public entity in perpetuity. What we found out with that is there's kind of a break-even point at a project at the low ends, probably around that $20 million mark, for it to make sense. Otherwise, some of the carrying costs just don't make sense, and the upfront cost to do that, which then would be a decision to go out for bond financing in a more typical type of construction project. Also, there was a suggestion that there are cost savings with some of these different financing options and some different variables. And so if council hasn't looked at those, we did provide a web link to all of these financing options and all of these reports to date. I didn't want to put 400 pages worth of material in your packet, but those are all available for you to look at your leisure. Gene, do you have any comments you want to add up to this point?
No, I think you did a great overview.
Great. And the last thing I wanted to focus on then would be the high-level cost estimates to date. So predicated on about this 18 to 19,000 square foot building, the building could come in between 12 and $16.5 million. And then lease payments would be between $1 million and $1,100,000 per year, based on the defined term rate, whether it's 20 or 25 years. They also did some modeling for rough costs for a library, and library costs would come in somewhere between $8 and $11 million. And that's predicated on a smaller library footprint than the previous bond amounts. And the square foot value they've assigned to this project is $750 a square foot. And that's an all-in cost. That's hard costs, construction, as well as soft costs for design, and then the costs for the nonprofit that would be administering this. And I will point out, at this point, there is not a funding mechanism that has been identified of where these lease payments would come from at this point. So with that, I'm happy to address any questions or yield to the mayor or Councilmember Dickinson.
If I may speak, yeah, so what's the square footage of the thinking of this $8 million library? Do you have any idea about that, Russ?
That's 15,000 square feet roughly.
Okay. So that's quite a bit less than what they asked for before. I think Stowe, we are very fortunate with this developer. They have kept their ears open every day. And I do want to be sure everybody knows that the library is doing, opening up for conversation for people to give input. Stowe was shocked at the response to their first query. They couldn't believe how many people took the survey. It was wonderful to see that interest. So, and I think the idea of using that, and I've said this at the meetings, using that extra land for housing or for whatever purpose is a real plus, because with transportation right there, and then the library and the civic center there, it would be a fabulous place. So I see a lot of good work here. Thank you so much.
Russ, in the planning of the whole civic center, is there a partial part of that plan, the road frontage, that would include a bus stop for community transit off lane, out of the lane?
We haven't got to that level of detail. There's obviously already a transit stop there, and I think that's important, but we haven't talked really at the level of specific frontage improvements yet.
Okay, I just want to bring up that we need to make sure we get CT involved in that, to where they're going to be more than likely putting a covered stop there, which we have very few in the city. I think it would be important to have one there because it's going to be probably used by people of transit, using transit. So
makes a lot of sense.
Isn't the one that's on Market already covered?
there are, I don't know which specific one you're talking about, but there are a couple of them in the city, like on Main Street, and I think there is one on Market, but the one right there, I mean, it isn't obviously, but I think it should be because of the facilities. So
I think it actually is. I think the one on Market just west of 99th, I think is actually has a little cover.
No, I might be wrong.
But I agree. It should probably, with a project like this, it should be enhanced, of course.
Well, the one thing we want to try to do in those kinds of situations is be able to move the bus out of the lane for their stop. So that means a cut into our property, basically. And so they've got to get the right of way to do that, and whatever else is entailed in that.
Any other questions from the council on this project today? I know it's at its early stages.
Just a quick question, Russ. Between this existing sewer district facility and the present city hall facility, what is the total square footage of that?
The current city hall facility is just over 4,000 square feet. I believe the sewer district offices are around 6,000 square feet in that ballpark, maybe a little more.
That they utilize, or that building is 6,000 square feet?
The entire building.
Yeah,
and their used space would be about half of that.
So we're looking at an existing facility footprint of about 7,000 to 8,000 square feet, and hopeful justifying a new facility of 18,000 square feet.
Yeah, and that looks out 20 years for obviously staff growth. That includes about a 4,000 square foot area for council chambers and a civic court or community court. So it's not just city hall offices that make up that number.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hey, Gary, and that's a good question. I think that the other thing to think about and factor in is as we look at workspace requirements that I think we can sort of downsize that as well. And really, there's opportunities to take that extra space that we may need to grow into later and do a commercial lease with folks who need office space and can work into that, maybe create a WeWork situation as well, or is some of the ideas we're thinking about. I'm actually surprised in the last 3 weeks, I've been hit up by probably 4 different people asking if Lake Stevens has any office space. So I think the need is out there. And I think that it might create an opportunity to help offset some costs.
And I did verify there is a small covered bus stop there currently. Okay. If you have other questions offline after you digest some of this information, feel free to reach out to myself or Gene on this project.
Okay, well, that was a lot quicker than we were planning on. We're at 11 o'clock. We were supposed to go till noon on that. So my recommendation is that we exercise the faith I had and continue to work on the agenda. And if we get done early today, we get done early. Is there any qualms with that plan of action?
That's anti-government of you, Mayor Gailey. Extend it out as long as possible.
I know I'm going to buck who we are. But, I'm seeing heads moving east and west. So let's move forward. Kim, let's do fireworks.
All right, City Council, here we go. Fireworks, we love this thing. So we have talked about this for years. And the only reason I'm bringing it back up is because of the 4th of July this year. Again, we didn't lose any structures this year, so that was nice. I don't know how many injuries we had. So there's been a lot of chatter about Lake Stevens, making fireworks illegal in our city, and what we would do to do that. In the past, the council has not had the wherewithal to make this illegal ourselves. And so the real discussion around this is, do we want to send it to the ballot or not by the council? Or do we want a citizens group that think that this is important to have them send it to the ballot? And that's all there is to this discussion, is what do we want to do, or do we want to just kick the can down the road again? We do it every year. What do we want to do with this? And my opinion, I'll just start out my opinion, is I think that a citizens group that wants to make fireworks illegal in the city should take this to the ballot. But that's my opinion. So I'm open for the discussion.
Kim, what are the pros and cons of a citizens group taking it to the ballot versus us making that happen?
Well, first off, the council would have to vote to do it, and I'm not sure we would have the votes to do that. And that could be one way we go about that. But then you've got a citizens group more likely that would want to take it to the ballot, because there's quite a few people who are getting upset about it and want to take some kind of action. There's lots of pros and cons to doing it no matter what we do. I mean, first off, let's say we make it illegal. Well, now we have to enforce it. And we can't even enforce the rules we have. We have lakeside residents they just, no, I don't care. We had one guy just came out and said, I don't care what you do, I'm still going to do fireworks. Well,
right. I guess I meant, what are the pros and cons of us doing the work to put it on the ballot versus a citizens group doing the work to put it on a ballot?
I don't have an answer to that question, Andy. I really don't. I don't know if staff does. I just don't. My recollection from last year's retreat is that there was, I think, unanimous agreement from this council to move forward to put it on the ballot, that there was a desire to have the citizens make the decision about whether or not fireworks would be legal or illegal moving forward. And then we decided to not move forward with that plan because of the cost of putting something on the ballot and kind of uncertainty around revenue and COVID and that sort of thing. So I guess I'm wondering why we wouldn't go back to our plan to have that be on a ballot here in the next few months or so. So we could put it, I believe we could put it on the ballot with the next election of council members in November. And it wouldn't cost the city any money to do that. If we go by the same rules as what would be on the TIB, then, or the TIB, then it would be the same thing. Is that right, Barb? If Barb is there, I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yes, that's correct.
So, if we want to go back to that plan, that's why we're here to discuss it
Okay, thanks.
again. Mary?
This certainly has been going on for a long time. My question would be to ask the chief what he thinks. Is this enforceable? Whatever happens, end of the game, however we get this question out.
To be honest with you, I think a ban is more easily enforced than trying to differentiate between legal and illegal fireworks. I think if it's banned, a vast majority of the people will follow the rules. A lot of people will. It becomes easy to enforce. And while I have the floor, I'll just give you a couple of data points. There are 19 cities in Snohomish County. 11 of them ban fireworks, and incorporated areas surrounding Lake Stevens this year will be banning fireworks as well. So I anticipate that the fireworks use within the city will increase with the bannings. Everett, Marysville, unincorporated area. I can tell you, just for reference, in 2018, we had 95 fireworks complaints. In 2019, 135, and in 2020, it's 204. So, I anticipate that with the banning in the surrounding areas, that will increase.
Thank you.
If I could jump in on there, just so everyone understands, it's not banning shooting fireworks off, it's banning complete possession of, right? You have to ban the complete possession of, because if you don't, I'm just holding this Roman candle and I'm not going to shoot it off, right? So when we talk about fireworks, you have to say complete banning of all fireworks possession for it to be effective and enforceable.
Now, there is another aspect that we need to take into consideration with this besides what Mayor Gailey just said. And that is, we would also be banning the fundraising capability of some of the community groups that use fireworks stands as part of their fundraising every year. I'm not defending that. I'm just saying that that's going to happen if fireworks are banned in the city, because so are the sales.
I think that what I remember from our conversation, and I think still holds true, is if we as a council make a decision one way or the other, we are potentially alienating a good portion of our community either way. And it's unclear right now where the majority sort of lie. I think every year we hear really loudly and vocally from both sides, probably the fringes of both sides. I'm very much in support of getting this on the ballot. Honestly, sooner rather than later, though I do understand that there's no cost option if we wait until November, but I do think that our community deserves to weigh in and ultimately make that decision about which way we move forward.
And then the other aspect of this is that if it does get banned, no matter how it gets banned, it's a year out before it can be enforced, before it actually takes place. So
we're looking at 2023, 4th of July, 2023, if it were to be banned.
Well, it'd also be the 1st of January or 31st of December.
Right.
Which are the two times that we allow it. So the 31st of December and the 4th of July, 3rd and 4th of July.
So Angie, I think to jump on your earlier question of pros and cons, it's obviously difficult for a community group to come together to gather the signatures to put this on a ballot. So there's probably, if you look at the last, if you look at the county vote, it was pretty dang close in the city, if I remember right, 51 to 49. It was pretty close, right? So, and it was actually 51-4 just to keep fireworks. And I might have my numbers off a little bit. So the question is could those who oppose organize themselves to put it on the ballot? That's a difficult thing to do for citizens who don't know the process or aren't organized. So that's a part of it. If the council did it, then it just happens, right? It's much easier to have that happen. I'm not saying either way. That's just me thinking out loud on the difficulties of getting it on or not on the ballot.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
Hey, Chief Steve here. Just curious of the nature of the complaints about fireworks, and if there's a breakdown of the time of year when those complaints occur. So fortunately this year, like the Seahawks did very poorly, and so I didn't hear very many fireworks going off because they didn't score very much. But I know there's other times of the year where there's a lot of fireworks. Typically 4th of July and New Year's. Do you have a breakdown off the top of your head?
The complaints, the ones that I listed, were just for 4th of July.
Do we get any other complaints throughout the year, like at other times for other reasons?
I did not run that for this meeting, but I can and get it to council. I just ran it for the 4th of July.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I will step in the mud here because based on last year's retreat, you probably all know how I feel about this issue, but I would like to add a couple of things to this. And I think it's extremely unfortunate that this is such a divisive issue in our community. And I would hate to see us take a stand for either side of it. I think it's up to the voters to decide this issue. And they can certainly debate pros and cons and so forth. But as to the community groups that utilize this for fundraising, I think the vast majority of the fireworks that are sold, it used to be, I think you're probably dating yourself, Councilmember Daughtry, but a lot of the fireworks used to be sold by Kiwanis and nonprofit organizations. The vast majority of the fireworks come from the Tulalip Tribes Reservation, as well as for-profit individuals that sell around the city. I think there was only one stand this year that was up at Frontier Village that was a nonprofit community type situation, and based on the sales that they had, it's insignificant compared to what goes on throughout the city. So we've all had the phone calls after 4th of July of the folks that are going crazy. We've all had the other side of the issue brought to us as to rights and so forth, but I think this is a big enough community issue that it needs to be debated in the public, and I would support putting this on the ballot as soon as possible, irregardless if it takes effect a year from now or not. We need to move forward with a decision on this and get some action on this. It's a huge issue, and I agree with Chief Dyer. The amount of other jurisdictions that are banning and we're still open just creates a magnet. And selfishly speaking, living on the lake, we experienced it on 4th of July, where our neighbors had folks that I had never seen before in my life, and that firework hit my son in the chest because the guy had a beer in one hand and didn't have a clue as to what he was doing. So real life experience. I would support getting this on the ballot as soon as possible.
So Gary, does that include paying for it to be on the next ballot?
I think combination with the TBD and other things that we're discussing, I would say that, unfortunately, we're probably not going to make it wouldn't go into effect this July 4th anyway, that the August primary would be appropriate.
So then so by what you just said, you're talking about putting the TBD on there also, so that we're paying for one thing for two things on the ballot.
Correct.
Okay.
But if there, hold on. So if there is a primary, if there is a contested race in Lake Stevens for one of the council positions, meaning there's 3 people that apply for the same position, then it could go on the ballot, the TBD and the fireworks, anything we basically want to put on there, no additional cost. In the event that there are no contested races for the 4 council positions that are up, then if we deferred until November election, which is a general election, then we would incur no cost. Is that correct?
Right. I think there's also an April, isn't there?
There is an April election, but you have to have your information in next month.
I'm sorry, Barb, I couldn't hear you.
I said, yes, there is an April election, but you have to have everything into the county by next month. And then for the August election, you have to have everything in by May, and the November election, everything in by August. So that is the sort of questionable point of if it's contested or not contested in August, we would already have to have everything in by May.
All right. So what I think that we're actually saying though is even if it's not contested, we're looking at getting this on the ballot. And if we do that, we would also put the TPV on there because it only costs the same amount of money. Is that correct, Barb? $70,000?
It would be a little less than the 70,000 is if it's a special election, which would be your April. The primary should be, I believe it's around 35,000.
For no matter how much.
Election is nothing.
And it doesn't matter how many we put on.
Correct.
Okay, so with all that information, is there any other discussion from the council?
One more point of clarification. Is it true, am I right in remembering that if we put it on the August ballot and let's say the vote is to ban fireworks, it's the 4th of July after the year anniversary of the vote. So it actually wouldn't go into effect until July 2023. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And if we were able to get it on the April ballot, which I'm not advocating for that, then it would go into effect 4th of July 2022.
Oh, yeah, April 2022.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, I wouldn't advocate for it going on the April ballot. And considering that the general outcome, that ultimately the outcome of the vote wouldn't have a direct impact until the 4th of July in 2023. I would actually suggest
I think that might be Marcus.
Yeah,
Marcus,
it's Marcus. Kelly, can you mute him?
done.
No, he just, there you go.
Done.
Did everybody hear me or?
No, say it again, Sean, if you could.
I was just saying that considering that the end result of the vote wouldn't be enacted until 4th of July of 2023 in either case, there really isn't a reason to move forward before the November ballot anyway.
I agree.
And we incur no cost, so that's a significant advantage because there's no gain. 1 year is not going to be a difference. So I totally agree with that, Sean.
$70,000 is approaching an FTE.
I agree with that too.
Yeah, I agree.
Can I ask a kind of a devil's advocate question?
What? From you? No.
Shocking.
I know, shocking.
Given what we all hear from constituents and what we know about the potential for injury, the environmental impact to our city, especially if we become one of the only places left in the county where fireworks are allowed. Are we okay if the citizens vote to keep fireworks legal? Like, are we abdicating, I guess, our duty? I think that's my question. Like, if we know that there are all these negative impacts to our community, are we going to support if the community votes to continue allowing those negative impacts to happen? That's my question.
I would say there's a lot of people on the other side of these negative, and it's legal in the county, which the county still has part of the lake. We've already seen a vote that the outcome from Snohomish County was that in our jurisdiction, people still wanted the fireworks. And I think there's a whole nother side to the fireworks. So.
And there's no point, to Marcus's point, if we say, hey, we want to respect the will of the people, we want to weigh in on it because we don't want to weigh in ourselves as council members, we're going to essentially punt. And they say, yes, we want fireworks. And then we go back and ban it as a council. I think that's disingenuous of us to, if our intent is to ban it and then we get the will of the voters and they don't do what we think they should do. And then to go back on it, I have a hard time. I realize that would be political, but I don't think it would be the right thing to do.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I wouldn't support moving in that direction at all.
I have a thought. First of all, I'm from the first place in the United States that ever had fireworks for the 4th of July. First ever, anywhere. And we love fireworks back home, but I imagine, and I don't live on the lake, I imagine fireworks over the lake would be a disaster to the environment. Is that correct? I'm assuming it would be. Is that correct?
Well, it's been going on for years and years and years. And I don't know if it's a disaster, but it certainly doesn't help the lake.
I don't think it's a disaster on the lake at all. I think a lot of it gets cleaned up, and I don't think they all necessarily go in the lake.
Okay.
There's never been anyone who said it's a disaster for the lake.
No, nobody. I was asking. I'm not telling. So can I ask another question then related to that? What if the city does a fireworks display on the 4th of July as a ceremony to honor our soldiers and our veterans and anybody, just for whatever, just to celebrate our country, and make it an event and say otherwise? So if you want fireworks, we'll do them together on the 4th of July, and we'll make our city shine. That's my question, because I can tell you in my little hometown, thousands of people come to see the fireworks in my hometown. Yes, they do. And it's an amazing experience. It really is. Just a thought. Might be a balance for you.
So kind of what I was thinking, if there's a public-private, partnership to kind of fund a public display of Fourth of July there, that would be kind of a cool thing.
So the chamber is working on doing a 4th of July event right now, actively pursuing that and trying to get the permits and everything involved in doing a community fireworks display on the lake, that much the same as Aquafest does. If we could partner with the city in that would be great. I think it would be very good for the entire community. And I believe that that's one of those things that we should pursue, especially if we're going to have a ban on the fireworks. The other issue we would have is bringing thousands of people to the lake is going to be a little bit difficult. I mean, we've got a couple of parks that can view it, and that's great, but not a lot of parking around here. We're still going to have that same problem. So just being a devil's advocate on that part, they do it anyway, because with or without a great big display, there is a big display on the lake. I've actually gone to a friend's house up above the lake and watched the whole thing. That's pretty impressive. So anyway, I'd just let you know the chamber's working on it for this 4th of July, if we can get out of the COVID, and we would welcome any kind of a partnership in that. We're going to get it sponsored anyway. So one way or another, it'll be sponsored.
I would support that activity as well.
Good.
So is there any other questions or any other discussion around putting this on the ballot in November? This went a lot longer than I thought it was going to go.
Just to add, Kim, my wife, she retired from the military as a band, but they love doing 4th of July band festivals for stuff like that. So bringing a military band at one of the parks and playing music while they're doing it.
That's awesome. We're planning quite a few things to happen on the 4th of July.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you looking to bring a motion back at a council meeting, or are you looking to bring something forward right now as far as a directive or what?
Well, I think it's a head nod to bring a motion at the next council meeting so we can get started on whatever we need to get started on. Obviously, the staff is going to be taking the biggest hand in this to get it on the ballot. I don't know how much that's going to do. And the other part of the staff is going to have to be changing our ordinance to reflect any changes that might happen due to the vote.
Yeah, I think the next step would be we'll have staff put together a ballot measure that the council could approve to be put on the ballot. Does that work? Okay, we'll get on it.
Yep. Thank you, council. I appreciate it.
We have a little bit of time here before lunch. I don't think I want to run into this next discussion quite yet. So if you would indulge me, I want to talk a little bit about broadband. Is that okay? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to share a screen. I think most of you have seen this screen. Let me share a screen. Bam. Share. Let me get rid of all you people. Okay, so if you haven't been on this, this is the Washington Broadband Survey results. You can go into the Washington Broadband. This is part of the Department of Commerce. There's a broadband section. And you can go in here and run your, holy cow, come on. Sorry. You can run your information. You can run a download, upload speed on your computer, see how fast your internet is. What I wanted to do is bring this in and show you the results of, over the summer, we ran this, asked quite a few people to jump in on this. So when you look at broadband speeds in the city, you can see that within the city, we're actually not too bad as far as speeds are concerned. All these green dots are telling you that the speeds that we have in the city aren't too bad. There are some red dots. There are a couple of black dots, and I'm not sure what those anomalies are or why those are, especially when you're sitting right next to a green dot. So I'm not sure that broadband speed is too much of a problem in our city. What our problem is competition. And that is most of these places only have Comcast, or most of these places might have Comcast and might have Ziply that was Frontier. I think Wave has some of this as well. It becomes a competition thing. I know that Ziply has done some infrastructure upgrades over this year. I put in a message to Jessica Epley, who's our Ziply representative, and she didn't get back to me. I wanted to know before this meeting what upgrades have been done by Ziply, and I think that they have done some significant stuff in their node centers to upgrade their equipment to make things faster. So there is some progress as far as the competition is concerned. I think mostly speaking, it's been Comcast, and I know that Ziply is trying to make a bigger impression because right now I think I pay $100 a month for a gig, right? So that's pretty expensive. So other than, I know that in new subdivisions we put pipe ins to allow providers access into new subdivisions, but it's just a really difficult discussion to add providers when they have to put so much cost or expenses into infrastructure to provide the services to our residents. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about broadband and see where you guys are at on broadband and see if I'm off base or what are we thinking?
I would love to chime in. I appreciate you bringing up this topic. I think what I'm hearing as well is, especially during this time where we have so many people trying to telework and so many kids at home with distance learning, that the quality of their connection has been a real barrier. Honestly, we've got kids that can't complete a day of school because they can't stay connected to the internet all day when they're, dad's upstairs in one room and their mom's upstairs in the other room. Everybody's trying to get on at the same time. I know that this is not just a Lake Stevens problem. This is a state and honestly a national problem. I think anything we can do at this point to help our families, to help seniors and folks that are low income be better connected to our community and our city, and reduce any barriers they have to being able to be productive members of this society that we're in these days. I would really love the opportunity to explore, how we can help bring this to Lake Stevens in a more equitable fashion and a more reliable fashion. So thank you for bringing some attention to this.
My knowledge, we only really have 2 providers. Wave is a provider, but they only provide backbones to like the new school up here at Stevens Creek. They put a terabyte line in right in front of my house, but ran it all the way up to Stevens Creek, and they don't have any residential connections to that. I don't know if they have residential connections anywhere else in the city. I believe they have a trunk line down in Main Street someplace downtown, but that's the only 2 things I know that Wave does. So,
I think they're only currently supporting business, any kind of business customers, and obviously government, agencies right now.
Yeah. So anyway, that might be something that we get Wave to, open up for that, because like I said, they got a terabyte pipe out in front of my house. So.
Yeah, it's an infrastructure challenge, because the last mile to the individual homes has to be either through some sort of coaxial or fiber to the house, which is quite a build out. The things that I think I've mentioned before, looking at a public Wi-Fi option. There's a couple of really high elevation sites that I was kind of looking on our mapping stuff, that if we were to be able to figure out a way to get some sort of a service there, whether it's through Wave, and be able to put up some sort of a tower that can put out Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi option, and these towers can actually connect to other sites across the area. That can also be a distribution hub to expand that Wi-Fi to be able to provide wireless down to residents. There's a company that I talked to, it's called Crosstalk Solutions. They're in Portland. They've actually implemented, which is what they call a wireless ISP solution. I've talked to them about that as a potential. So if we're interested, we can possibly see how that would look. It's going to obviously add a little bit to how we'd have to do that, because we have to kind of start building some of the sites. And then when it comes down to the last mile of getting customer premise equipment, issued out and hooked up for people, who is doing that work, right? It's not just you broadcasting a wireless signal and getting access to it. You're actually installing a little wireless customer premise equipment at the devices, so that they're kind of tied into that ISP solution. So there's not just everybody's just jumping onto it. Otherwise, you're not having a paid wireless infrastructure. So things to think about.
Any other thoughts on broadband? I want to hit with one more topic before we break for lunch. One more impromptu topic. This is something I've been thinking about over the last year, and I know I've spoken with a couple of you, and I think it goes hand in glove with the TBD discussion. One of the things that I've been thinking about and mulling over, can y'all see this new map I just threw up? It's Lake Stevens elementary school boundary map. You see that? So what if we, in addition to the TBD, introduced a local improvement district in the form of sidewalks? I know that we talk about sidewalks quite a bit and the lack of sidewalks, and that went in a little too far. So one of the thoughts is, what if we created local improvement districts, essentially where you create an area where those citizens are within that local improvement district, and then they can decide what they want to do for sidewalks. And that can be obviously city guided. And let's say, for example, what my thoughts were is that a great district boundaries would be via the elementary schools, because those folks are impacted by their children's ability to walk to school, if that makes sense. So they got a dog in the fight as far as they know what routes their kids walk to school and if there's sidewalks on them or not. So with an LID, for example, this Westlake, this Hillcrest area elementary school, those folks could say, you know what, sidewalks are important to us, and we want sidewalks sooner than later because we know that the city is limited on funds, and we see that the sidewalks projects in the future are way down the line, but we want to get these now. So we're willing to identify certain sidewalk projects that we want to get done now, and the possible funding mechanism would be we're gonna accept whatever it is, 3 or 4 cents more per thousand on our property taxes to make those sidewalks happen now. It's just another option out there, another thought of how our citizens could have another option voted within themselves, whether or not they wanted to do this, to make sidewalks happen faster and safety to happen faster for our citizens. Your thoughts?
How do you go about getting a vote?
Well, first of all, I think it would take us creating the LIDs along the lines, I think, I would suggest of these elementary school boundaries. And then I would create a committee of people within those LIDs to identify projects that would be worthwhile, figure out the revenue needed for those projects, and then put it on a ballot within those LIDs to decide whether or not those folks would want to move forward with those projects listed on the ballot.
So how do you deal with areas that are within the city of Marysville, which is a substantial area, as well as areas that are in the county?
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the things I notice is that, for example, if you look at Sunnycrest, you would just have this small section, and maybe that's okay. Maybe those folks would decide we just need 100 yards of concrete to connect these homes to Sunnycrest, and then the county area would be on their own.
And I just want to say, I think that's a great idea. And I was wondering if the PTA could be the driver for those things.
I like that. I like that. That's a great idea, Mary. I didn't think of that.
Because they're already a group, they're already engaged in that school, and it would give them a focus on something that they really care about.
Yep. Yeah.
There are a lot of dangerous sidewalks out there, or lack thereof.
Yeah, I also think that the idea of giving that community control and voice and a mechanism for making things happen, I think it's a win-win. I really like this idea.
And I'm not looking for let's make it happen. I just want to float that out there and just get some ideation on it. See if we can think about it.
It's an interesting idea. I in general like it. My concern would be District 1, whatever it is, says, oh yeah, we're doing that. And really before, I can't say whether or not each of these independent districts have these same inherent financial means. Let's say a district moves forward and says, yes, this means nothing to us financially. This is well within what we're willing to do, and they move forward, and then we end up with a district that, because of property values, because of community makeup, for whatever reason, they don't move forward. Then do we does that make our position that the city would not be involved in improving those things because we identified those types of projects as something to be funded through this mechanism?
That's a great point, Sean. I also wonder then in that case, do we do some, do we get some information and sort of look at area median income in each of these areas? And do we prioritize as a city projects that are in those areas that have the lower area median income to ensure that there's equity throughout the districts, throughout the city?
Yeah, you and Angie and Sean, you guys read my mind as of 2 days ago when I had this discussion with Josh. Let's look at the property values or the accumulated property values of these areas, and do we have equity? Do we have enough folks that are on the higher spectrum of income and the lower spectrum of income that it balances out? Those are all great questions of equity that I think that we can vet out and figure out. And the other part about this is that, a lot of the schools to grants money is predicated upon matching funds, those sorts of things. I mean, this is just really becomes a great opportunity to, hey, we've got $1 million. Okay, well, we'll give you another $1 million. Just match it, right?
So question, Brett, so what's you said you're not looking for a vote. You brought this up last year at the retreat, and you've amplified it with these maps and some more ideas. So what's your vision as far as implementation timeline? Give me a scenario of that.
Yeah, great question. So I would open the floor to a discussion of how does this fit with the TBD? Do we create a TBD that includes sidewalks? Do we create a TBD that just includes maintenance and road overlays and not sidewalks because we want to supplement it with this program? I'm not sure how we meld those two together.
I would think that, especially because of the question of equity, which needs to be answered, that the TBD would probably revolve around maintenance, preservation, and safe routes to schools sidewalks. The ones that we already know about that are on our sidewalk plan already. And then the extra stuff would come from the LID. Now that's just one way of looking at it, I know, but I'm afraid that what's going to happen is that we're going to have, okay, this group is going to say, yeah, I'm going to do it, but the other group says no. Then now the city has to go back in and backfill all that stuff, which is then looked at as not fair to the people that took it on. The LID that actually did it. I don't know how to address that problem.
Typically, Kim, in a LID, it's a benefit analysis. So the properties that are benefiting from that obviously are paying into that. The properties that have decided not to, there would be a perceived diminished value. Again, the LID process or philosophy is no different than maybe a sewer LID in the sense that properties that vote to tax themselves directly benefit from that improvement. So a neighborhood that would vote to whatever, say the purple, the dark purple, they would receive benefit by that taxation or that improvement. So I don't know as though it would be incumbent upon the city to go out and backfill and replicate what's taking place in the purple versus the yellow, because the yellow has chosen not to. It kind of gets back to your comment of safety. If there's a need for safety in the yellow, I can understand that. But if the purple wants to go above and beyond, that's certainly up to them for that taxation.
That was kind of my thought process on that is, we have it in the TPD because of safety, but then the LID can take care of the extras. But it's, And it's still going to be, we still need to answer the question on the equity. I think that, you know, looking to see what we can do in these zones, if there's a problem that way in the combined monetary ability of those areas, I think that's going to be an issue, but we need the data to make that kind of a decision.
Is there another community that's already doing this? Part of it, Gary, I hear your point, but there's on the new part of Lake Stevens, it's newly, a lot of those housing developments have sidewalks, have a lot of that, so they might not be voting for it as much, and connect with some areas that don't. I'm just curious if there's another city that's done something like this before, or we're kind of the innovators of it. I think there's a lot to be flushed out still.
Yeah, Marcus, great question. So I did a little research, or I did a lot of research. There's several cities that do this. Tacoma does this. Idaho has a very unique program, actually, where they not only look at sections, but if you want the section done in front of your house, they actually do that as an assessment as well. They'll do little pieces. And as far as the issue of new subdivisions, I would tell you that where I live, I would vote to improve sections that aren't completed, right? For example, on 79th, we have a lot of walkers on 79th, and sometimes you walk on new sidewalk for 500 feet, you walk on old sidewalk for 100 feet, you walk on no sidewalk for 500 feet, and then you're back on new sidewalk, right? So I would actually say, you know what, the ones I would want to do is that section in between to get the kids out of the street. So there are other cities that are doing this. It's not a new thing. And I think that there'd be value in neighborhoods being able to do that last 100 feet sections.
That brings up a real interesting question, because you want to get back to the issue of equity. You're benefiting private property owners through an LID process, because they see that missing 250 feet of that last 5-acre subdivision hadn't occurred yet. You're going to tax the residents within that neighborhood to put curb gutter sidewalk in that area. That developer of that property, the owner of the property, won't have to do that. So, I mean, that's saying this is faulty because of that, but there are some equity distribution answers that need to be addressed here, because it could be out of balance.
So Gary, let me ask you this. Could you do, you know, let's say I do that. Let's say the community comes together and says, yeah, we're going to do that section in front of that 5 acres. And then 3 years later, that homeowner sells that to a developer and he puts in, you know, 1 million homes in that 5 acres. That's just an exaggeration. So could there be some sort of a latecomers fee put on that property where they would have, that developer would still need to pay those what would have been expenses but aren't, and maybe it goes back into the LID for further improvements?
You could do that, yeah. I mean, that's establish a per foot fund or something that needs to be paid in lieu of for those sidewalks. Yeah, but those are all questions that would need to be addressed in that process.
That's a good point.
And then no, I won't carry it any further. Sorry.
Well, is there interest for us to try to put something together on this? I guess is where I'm at on this. I'm gauging yes.
I don't see any reason not to move forward with trying to get the idea fleshed out, but we certainly have a lot of questions that need to be answered, like we do on anything. So it's not different. But it seems to me that it has some value, and I'd be certainly interested in continuing on the discussion.
Do we, and this is a question for Russ, do we have in our city code the ability for a group of property owners to come forth with a localized LID for a specific improvement? Would that be allowed?
I don't know, excuse me. I don't know under our current code, and I will do some research before the next meeting, if our code would allow that outright, or if we would need to do any code amendments. But my general thought is just by action of the council, they could institute a program like that.
Okay. The reason why I say that is when you talk about direct benefit, and I guess I would use 117th as an example. We're looking to take that entire right-of-way improvement on, yet, I mean, granted, it does, from a safety standpoint, benefit the neighborhood, but the properties that are sitting directly on that street are benefiting tremendously for that. And so I'm just wondering, would it be more efficient for the city to go to those property owners and maybe do some cost sharing, whereas we're not footing the entire bill, but putting together a evaluation analysis that by putting curb gutter sidewalk on your property is going to increase your value of your property. Therefore, you should pay into this as well as the city and try to leverage dollars a little bit further.
And I think if we did look at it as a series of limited improvement districts, that is really the model. It might even be easier mechanism than that, but we can discuss that and bring back some thoughts to the council.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my question with that model is if you have, 10 houses that are reaping that benefit and only 5 of them say, oh yeah, okay, I'll participate in this cost sharing, and the other 5 don't, then what?
It would be assessed because it would be, if you voted on it and it was approved, they would still be assessed with that cost. That's typically how LID works.
I would say that 117th is also unique in that it's the road that, excuse me, that the kids come down from the high school. And so you got teenagers going down a road that they make it unsafe. They're going too fast. And this is what I learned knocking on doors down there, that it's a very dangerous road. So it's still more of a, in my mind, it's more of a city issue rather than a neighborhood issue. That specific road, it goes up to the high school. And that's why I think it's such a problem.
113th is the same way, Mary.
Pardon?
113th is the same way.
Yes.
So I guess what I'm looking for is a little more in the sense that those properties, the city front loading all that money for improvements, there is a benefit for those individual property owners as well as the community, but there's more of a direct benefit for those folks that directly abut that street.
I wonder if the school district could give us some input also, because 113th, again, you're talking about a school. And so, yeah.
Yeah.
I can weigh in a little bit on 117th because I'm the one tasked with trying to purchase 9 right-of-ways from the homeowners there with extensive conversation. Not only do they not want to contribute, they expect you to buy their strip of 3-foot right-of-way at top dollar. So I've thrown out the option, well, would you consider contributing to this? And it's not a good sell when you're asking them to contribute and they already pay taxes and are expecting some of these benefits. So it's a challenging discussion. It's, I've done a couple LEIDs in the past. It can be done, but inevitably you're forcing people into it. Some people may be for it, but to answer the question is some people are going to be forced into this with a lien against their home and their taxes. And it's difficult. A lot of people want the improvements. They're just, again, not willing to pay for it.
Thank you, Eric. I'm sure that's correct.
Hey, well, good discussion on it. I wanted to bring it up if we had time, and we'll do some work on it. I think it's a viable option. you know, even if we created the LIDs, and I like Mary's idea of letting the PTA be the organizers, the cheerleaders in those LIDs, which would be great to try to foment support for these sorts of things. But we'll work on the nuts and bolts of it and bring you back something. Perfect. So with that, we're kind of back on schedule. Let's go ahead and break for lunch, and we can return unless someone's got any housekeeping announcements before we break.
Just a reminder for me, I won't be back until 1:30 for the legislature brief.
Correct, but no new COVID responses. That's the deal.
Deal.
Mayor, I did have one thing for the group. One of our discussion items tomorrow is a visioning exercise. We were hoping that we could do a more of an in-person charrette with the council where we could do a sticky pad exercise or something like that. In lieu of that, we prepared a short survey. Dawn would have sent you the link to that. So if you have an opportunity, take you maybe 5 minutes to fill out that survey, and we'll bring those results back to council tomorrow in our discussion as our at least kickoff for our visioning for the Hartford area and then improvements around the 91st area.
All right, perfect. Anything
Thank
else? Kim.
I have not received that yet.
Russ, if you want, there's the potential of like some of those online whiteboard services out there where you can start a session and people can be invited into it, and they can, you know, contribute right into a visual or into a virtual environment. Where
We'll
you want
probably
to just do a
tackle
survey.
that at a future workshop. Just want to get it started, and I'll make sure that that link is resent to.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and resend it right now, council. I've got it. It's also in your materials, kind of hidden in a staff report. Well, not hidden, but within a staff report. So that might be hard to find, but I will go ahead and send the link right now.
Excellent. Anything else? All right.
What
Well,
time are we coming back?
let's break until 12:30, and we will take up rural urban transition area annexations. Have a great lunch, everybody.
Kelly, are we stopping the entire session or?
12:30, huh?
I'm not going to, because I don't know that I can restart this webinar.
Okay.
So until I know more, I'm not stopping it. I'm just gonna.
Well, you just had a whole bunch of people leave, so hopefully they'll be able to get back in.
Yeah, I think it's me ending the webinar that's the issue. So I'm gonna just leave it up.
Okay.
Are you going to take the YouTube stream down?
No, I'm not. But
Okay.
I'll slice it out later.
Okay.
You back, Kelly?
I'm back.
Me too.
Me too. Hi, Anya.
Good. Let's keep things moving.
Yeah, no more interruptions, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, that was smooth there, Gene.
Hey, Kelly, thanks for muting me.
Oh, nope, my pleasure.
Oh, Lord. It says I was muted. It says right on my computer.
That's funny. Yeah, I feel like there's a glitch sometimes.
Anyway.
You know, this format really can make it go to my head here. I've got complete control. Letting people in and out, and muting people, and
I actually totally forgot that you had control, Kelly. That's why I called.
yeah, no worries.
Called Mary.
Mayor, you just I don't know, feeling the beat?
Well, I made an awesome lunch. And I'm gonna tell you what, I can make grilled sandwiches like nobody.
Wow. Do you have like a panini maker thing, or do you do a?
No, I don't need machines. I just make it happen.
How many kids do you have, Brent?
I'm up to 6.
You should know how to make grilled cheese sandwiches.
Yeah. This one I did a little chunked chicken, a little mayonnaise, bunch of sriracha, threw in some cheddar cheese in there, threw it on the grill between a couple of slices of bread, and then I mixed it with some cauliflower chowder. All day long. All day long.
Cauliflower chowder, huh?
Oh,
Would have been nice if you had delivered one to all of us during the break, but.
And to top it off, I stole one of my, yes, I make these myself, my wife's lactation cookies. No, it doesn't do anything for me, but they taste pretty good.
We're still live streaming, just so you know.
Tell me that.
No.
TMI.
Well, now the city knows a little bit more about their name.
I think the fact that you make lactation cookies for your wife is amazing. I think everyone should know that. Nicely done.
We want the recipe. We do. We want the recipe.
It's a great little recipe.
I don't need the recipe.
I know you don't, but I have a friend that does. So
yeah.
Just saying.
You're good.
All right, I'm going to start recording again.
Not recorded. Good job.
Oh, Steve's with us. He said he's going to maybe be a few minutes late, but he's here. Sean Frederick is, not available right now. So I think we got everybody. So we're recording and live streaming.
Okay, we have everybody back. everyone but Sean, correct?
Right.
Okay, and we knew that he was going to be missing this, so let's drive on. Great, so we're coming back from the lunch break, and we're gonna, we did some, prior to the lunch break, we were able to knock out fireworks off of the agenda, so we are a little ahead of the pace of the day. So with that, we'll go into rural urban transition area and annexations. Russ and David.
Great. Thank you, Council. I'm going to hand it off to Dave to get started. He's going to talk about our current annexations in process, as well as where Council wants to move forward with annexations in this next year. And then we'll discuss the rural urban transition area applications second. So with that, Dave, go ahead.
All right, thanks, Russ. So Kelly, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. We just have a short PowerPoint. So hopefully everybody's able to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
All right. So just a little bit of an overview of the discussion. As Russ mentioned, we're going to start by talking about the 2 current annexations that the city is currently undertaking within its approximately 2,000 remaining acres of urban growth area, or UGA. That's the Southeast Interlocal Annexation and the Machias Industrial Annexation. And then we're going to follow that up with a discussion of the 4 applications that we had submitted to expand our UGA into the rural urban transition area. So just a kind of high-level overview of what's remaining within the city's UGA. The areas in white are all incorporated city within the blue boundaries. And then there are just a couple areas of UGA left. This area here, and then down to 20th Street, which are part of the Southeast Interlocal Annexation. The council opted not to include this area south of 20th as part of the current interlocal annexation. There's a couple of residential areas here off of 131st. And then there's the Machias Industrial area just east of kind of Hartford Road. And then a very small industrial area right up against 92, which we'll be talking about as well. So I'm not going to get into this too much, but these are the most recent annexations that have been brought before the council, areas that have been annexed into the city. Pellerin, Adrian, Redora, which was the largest of these, and then the Southeast Island annexation. So those have all occurred within the last few years. And just looking at the history of annexation, the city obviously has grown exponentially over the last 20 years, starting with the 2002 boundaries in green. We've gradually kind of moved around the lake. We are now looking at annexing the areas to kind of complete the incorporated city around Lake Stevens. And then there will be just a few areas left within our UGA. So just touching briefly on the Southeast Interlocal Annexation, which we've briefed you on before. It comprises approximately 500 acres plus the 1,000-acre lake. It was included within the financial analysis that was presented to the City Council in the summer of 2020. It had previously been discussed as well, but that was the most recent discussion. The majority of the area is zoned R6. It's currently zoned R7200 within the county, so that's about minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet. The most consistent city zoning to that is the city's R6, which is primarily detached single-family residential with a minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet. We're currently pursuing this annexation through the recently created interlocal annexation method that became effective in June of 2020. It includes both Snohomish County and then the Lake Stevens Sewer District as parties to that agreement. Snohomish PUD and Snohomish Regional Fire and Rescue were also offered the opportunity to join as parties to the agreement, but opted not to. And we've had a couple of meetings so far with the public that we sent out to all property owners within the annexation area. So we held those on September 21st And December 9th, we had about 50 to 60 people attend each of those meetings. We've updated our annexation website to include the PowerPoint, a video recording of the second meeting, and then we developed a pretty extensive question and answer documents as part of that to make sure that people have access to information and know about the process involved with the annexation. So as far as next steps with this, we're currently proposing to hold a joint public hearing between the City Council and the Snohomish County Council. We're looking at March 9th as the potential date. We're still working out a few logistics with the county. County PDS staff is going to be briefing the County Council at their Planning Committee meeting on Tuesday morning. So we'll probably be tuning into that to answer any questions from county councilors. At that joint public hearing, there would be an opportunity for the public to provide public comment. They've had the opportunity at the two public meetings, but they'll also have the opportunity to provide comments at that public hearing. The interlocal agreement would need to be approved by both the City Council and the County Council, as well as the Sewer District's Board of Commissioners. At this point, the plan is for the Sewer District Board to hold a separate meeting where they would adopt a resolution of support, and then also they would need to approve the ILA. Similar to the public meetings, we'll be sending out notice to all property owners within the annexation area. We'll also be posting it to our website, posting it in the Herald for the 4 weeks prior to the public hearing, which is something that's required by state law. And then we would be drafting an ordinance that the City Council would essentially be establishing an effective date for the annexation. Following the meeting, it would then be subject to Boundary Review Board review. And so we'd be looking at a potential effective date later in the spring. So moving on to the Machias Industrial Annexation, which has come before you a number of times within the last few months. It's about 66 acres to the east of our current boundaries off of North Machias Road. It's primarily industrial in nature, has been pre-designated general industrial as far as the city zoning. We are utilizing pretty traditional petition method, the most common annexation method that's used throughout the state. The Boundary Review Board review period actually expires or ends in a few weeks. And the county staff is going to be briefing the county council on this annexation at the same planning committee meeting on Tuesday. And staff's recommendation is that they not oppose the annexation and not invoke the full BRB jurisdictions, which is essentially recommending approval. So kind of going back to the map as far as what will be left within our UGA following these two current annexations, if they are both approved. Again, we have the largest areas down here south of 20th. It's about 300 acres. There are those two residential areas on either side of 131st. The west side of 131st is zoned, has a pre-designation of R6, and the east side has a pre-designation of R4. We had, I'll talk a little bit more about it, but I'll talk a little bit more about the proposed UGA expansions once we get through this annexation discussion. And so what we're looking for is a little bit of input on the remaining annexation areas. I think I glossed over the Highway 92 industrial area. It's that area right up against Highway 92 in the very northeast corner of the city. The county has specifically requested that the city look into annexing and pursue annexation of this area just because it is a pretty small area, and especially following annexation of the Machias industrial area, it's going to be the last little piece up there. It would also have general industrial zoning. There's a Puget Sound Energy facility up there, and then just about 12 private acres, which are owned by, the majority of which are owned by just a few property owners. It's outside of the sewer district's service area, so they would be required to, they would need to expand their service area boundaries through a separate process. And as you'll be discussing tomorrow during your visioning exercise, We're looking at potential opportunities to do kind of a infrastructure focused sub-area plan, basically look at opportunities to reduce impediments to development, to build out the sewer infrastructure and other infrastructure in that area. So there might be the opportunity, if the city is interested in pursuing annexation of this small area up off of Highway 92, of looking at that area as well. It would be eligible for the new ILA annexation method, as far as having that interlocal agreement directly with the county, as well as some of the more older and traditional methods such as election and direct petition. So the other kind of major areas that are remaining within the UGA are off of 131st. The area west of 131st, the city actually passed a resolution back in 2018, and we initiated discussions with the property owners. We held a public meeting back in November of 2018. Residents generally were not super supportive of the proposed annexation, wanting to maintain their kind of current status within the county. And so the city opted not to move forward at that time and to instead focus on some of the other annexations that were underway at the time.
David, maybe I can throw a few points in here, since I was part of those meetings. Some of the comments we heard from the public where they wanted to keep that more rural character, didn't necessarily want sidewalks in the area, and then the issue of mandatory garbage service really became the biggest issues for those folks, that they wanted to remain sort of a rural island. I can say since that time, though, we have heard from a couple of potential property owners that there may be a change of heart, or some developers interested in some new residential neighborhoods in that area. So we do think it's ripe to, revisit with those folks. And council does have the resolution that is in effect still. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Russ. And yeah, it's similar. There are a couple different annexation methods that this area are eligible, including both the original island interlocal annexation method and the newer interlocal annexation method that we're utilizing for the current annexation, as well as some of the more traditional annexation options. So that's kind of the high-level overview of the existing annexations. Maybe before we move on to the UGA discussion, if there are any questions about any of the two currently proposed annexations, be happy to answer those before we move on to the UGA expansion.
And I'd also like to get feedback from council if there is an interest on exploring future annexations. It was something identified in the 2021 work program. So again, if there is an interest in moving forward, just a priority of what these additional annexations would look like.
David, one quick question for you. Excuse me, the last two properties you talked about are areas on along 131st and north of 12th, is it? Are those two areas within the Lake Stevens Sewer District? Or do those need to be annexed as well?
So those are currently outside. I would need to pull up the sewer. I know the eastern portion is definitely out. I would need to check on the western half of 131st, but I think that is currently outside of the boundaries as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So yeah, if councilors would like to provide any direction now, or I'm happy to move forward into the UGA expansion discussion, and we can kind of have you discuss both the potential annexations of our existing UGA after we discuss some of the proposals that we've made to the county as far as the future UGA expansions. So either way works.
David, I'll jump in here again. And maybe Russ can answer this, but I'm just kind of curious, we're obviously, this southeast area annexation is not the most popular thing in the world. But I'm just curious as to the other annexations that took place between 2006 and 2010. Those were done by petition. I believe, or a vote?
Both.
Okay, so I guess I'm just looking for a little historical reference. When it was a vote, do you recall, Russ, what kind of percentage in favor of annexation those areas were?
I would have to go back and do that research, but I believe they were generally supported in those areas. And the island annexation that went to a referendum, if you'll recall, a couple of years ago, that we thought wouldn't be very popular on a vote, actually did turn out to be supported when it came to a vote. And I would say with this annexation, the current one under consideration, I'd say there's a vocal group that has hesitations, but I would also say that it affects several thousand people, and we've only heard from 50. So I take that as an affirmation that most people in that area don't have concerns about becoming a part of the city.
Okay, gotcha. And then also within that southeast area annexation, we're hearing a lot of, well, this, the area is just going to be ripe for development and so forth. And I guess looking at the map myself, I don't see a huge amount of developable property in that area. Is that accurate?
There are pockets. It's just like the rest of the city proper. There's going to be critical areas, issues that will need to be dealt with. There are some steep slope areas, but there are definitely pockets that are available for development, but I don't believe it's going to generate thousands of new units. I think we've done the work previously. I don't remember the exact number, but their financial estimate did put some numbers to what the yield was. And I think it's a few hundred.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and generally the development potential, is less as you get closer to the lake. That's largely developed. It's really on the east side towards 123rd, where the largest parcels are and where they're largely undeveloped. But that's also an area that's not currently served by sewer. So there are definitely some things that would need to be done before development could occur.
So this idea of annexation taking place and the doors bust open with development is probably not a real accurate picture then.
No. Of the current annexation, we've only had one developer reach out to the city who's actively drafting plans for a property on the south end, and that was going to occur whether it came into the city or stays in Snohomish County.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So again, I'd just like to ask the council, sorry to be a pest, but I guess, is there a desire to move forward with this additional industrial annexation piece to the north this year, or revisit these small pockets of residential in the north part of the city, just so we can prioritize our work plan?
This is Marcus. I would choose to try to move forward with that.
Okay.
I would also try to move forward with it, but I also worry about a little bit about how much resources you have to put to this with everything else that's on your plate.
And well, thankfully, Dave's been a steady hand since he's been on, so that's been a big help. But I appreciate that, Councilmember Daughtry.
Russ or Dave, if one of you would show me the map of these other areas you just talked about. I'm looking at words, but I need to look at that map again so I know exactly what we're talking about here as far as expanding the annexation.
Yeah, so the two, other than the area south of 20th, which the council had opted not to move forward on as part of the current interlocal annexation, the other remaining areas is this pocket here, which has a city zoning predesignation of R6, and then the other side of 131st, this area right here, which has a predesignation of R4. And then this is the last area within kind of our industrial UGA in the very northeast corner, just right tucked underneath Highway 92. So those are the three areas that we're talking about.
Are you asking us to prioritize those three areas, or to just weigh in on whether we want to move forward on all three areas?
Both.
Okay. I am supportive of us moving forward on all three areas. I think there's basis for moving forward on all three. Thank you.
I would concur with that. I do think though that the property north of Hartford up there, that little industrial node or whatever, should be probably prioritized just from the standpoint of looking at the sewer issue in the Hartford area and so forth, and kind of incorporating that as a first priority.
Great. Hey, to answer Councilmember Peter Shigan's question earlier, the 2009 vote for the 2010 annexation was a 56% for, 43% against, with 2,414 votes counted.
Thank you.
Mayor, Mary is having a hard time hearing or being heard. I think she may have dropped off. Oh, she's calling here.
So while we're waiting on that, I have a question about, you have the industrial study area, Russ, that you sent us the larger maps for. And if the color codes are to be believed, it looks like there's a major sewer trunk line that goes right around that little piece of annexation we're talking about in the industrial area, north side, northwest corner. Looks like it comes right down Machias Boulevard, right down 92 and back across again.
Yeah, there is a sewer line that feeds that residential neighborhood right near 36th. And then the other sewer lines kind of stop near that newer industrial plaza that's been developed in the last year. So there would need to be.
What about the one that's all the way to the east? It looks like it run down the east side of Machias.
That's the city's urban growth boundary. If you look at the other part of the legend.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Got it.
I wish
So
that was
bigger,
a major trunk line.
bigger line. I thought that was a big trunk line, but okay. Yeah, there's a significant amount of sewer needs to go in.
Do we have Mary back?
Were you talking to me, Mayor?
Anybody who wants to listen to me.
Oh,
I think we have direction at least on this, so we can move forward with the next part or wait till we have Councilmember Dickinson back on.
her computer is sounds just completely like it froze up. So I'm hoping Troy can give her a call.
Yeah, I'll try to reach out to her. If anything, she'd try to just reboot it or something.
Yeah, she's having a hard time even shutting it down. So she'd like
Yeah.
to call her.
I'll call her. She's on her work cell phone.
Yep. Yeah, she was concerned that she didn't get an answer to her question. I know David did answer it, but perhaps they can follow up after.
Well, let's stand by for just a minute. We're okay. I don't want to leave Mary out.
We're waiting for Mary. Excuse me. David, just another question on the southeast area annexation. With this negotiated annexation process, the zoning for the properties needs to stay consistent with the county designation for 3 years. Is that correct?
For any area that has current county residential zoning for a minimum period of 5 years, it needs to maintain that potential for residential development and not result in a net decrease in development potential. So you basically can't, annex an area and then significantly downzone it.
You can't downzone it or change it to a non-residential zone, but it could be changed to a more intensive residential zone.
So you could upzone?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And so in the county, the county's zoning designations are a little bit different as far as their densities and minimum lot size. So their current minimum lot size is 7,200 square feet, whereas we have zones that are either a minimum of 8,000 square feet or 6,000 square feet. So they're giving it an R4 zoning designation was not an option because that would have actually resulted in a down zoning, whereas our most similar zoning designation is the R6, and that's what it was given back as part of the 2019 comp plan docket.
So within the county's R7200, though, potential for a PRD could be done, which would take it down to 3,600 square feet, right?
That is correct.
They do, and they have a good amount of flexibility within their PRD code that would allow for some additional density, especially when, several of these areas have critical areas, and so you're needing some of that PRD flexibility.
Under our code, City of Lake Stevens code, R6, does that give you ability to do lot size averaging or a PRD?
Yes.
It does, yes, we do. We have, as part of our subdivision code, we do allow for planned residential development.
Down to 4,000 square feet, correct?
It's based on either reductions in lot size. I believe it's a 25% lot size reduction or a 25% density bonus. So then there's some calculations to make sure you're achieving the bonus. So I don't think it's on a strict lot size, but it does provide tools to allow the development regulations to be modified.
So we don't have a minimum lot standard threshold then? No?
We do. We have a not lower than, I just don't remember what the exact number is, but it's based on to get the density on allowing, I believe, a 25% reduction in lot size from whatever your standard is. And then there's some tiered development allowed in our PRD code that could allow for an attached product or a percentage to reflect the next lower zoning. So it's provides a lot of tools to achieve density. It's not a one size fits all, just a straight lot size reduction model.
So I guess the essence of my questioning is the difference between the county and the city's end result is very similar.
That's probably accurate.
Yeah, okay. And I'm just asking these questions in preparation for March 9th, so.
So yeah, I mean, the areas within the Southeast interlocal annexation, their development potential is not the exact same as it is in the city, but it's very comparable. All, the things that could be built under current county zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Hey Troy, how we doing with Mary?
She's gonna try and get logged into the Zoom meeting right now.
Okay.
Mary, you almost there?
Well, now I enter my email.
Say again? Oh, you're in your email?
Entering my email. They want me to do that.
Yeah, make sure she grabs the link that I sent out today.
Yeah, she said that she first hit the old link, and so now she's
Okay.
going to email to get the new link. Okay.
Okay, here she is. Let me bring her in. Okay. Mary, are you with us?
Yes. Start video.
Mary, you're back?
I'm here.
All right.
Sorry. That was fun.
No worries.
It's a
Hey,
day.
Mary,
Yeah.
before you got chopped off from the rest of the world, I think you had a question.
I did. I asked to look at a map and then everything went south.
Okay, so
Show me that map, please. Thank you.
yeah, so are you able to see it now?
I see the map, yes.
Yeah, so the residential areas that we were talking about, so the two areas where we're seeking direction are this industrial area up in the very northeast corner of the UGA, which is here in blue.
Right.
And then the two residential areas, which this is 131st here. There's a portion west of 131st that has city zoning pre-designation of R6. And then this larger area up against the ball fields that have city zoning pre-designation of R4.
Okay.
This was an area that we had reached out to the community back in the fall of 2018. And so our questions to council members were any direction as far as pursuing annexation of these three areas here.
Okay, thank you. I don't see a problem with that. I really don't. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry for that.
No problem. So yeah, if we're kind of done with the current annexation and kind of future annexation discussion, we can touch a little bit more on the proposed UGA expansions that we had submitted to Snohomish County as part of their 2024 comprehensive plan docket. So there were 4 areas. Let me move this out of the way. So the first of which would be north of the current city boundaries. So up here, up against east of State Route 9, north of 92, about almost 300 acres of land that would really help to increase the city supply of industrial employment land. So that was really the rationale behind the proposal for expanding Area 1. Second is a very targeted area directly adjacent to the Machias industrial area. It's just one parcel that sits right outside of the UGA that kind of based on existing boundaries and roads, it makes sense to bring that into the UGA. And the third one is to the west of the current city boundaries. So west of existing boundaries, south of Soper Hill out to Sunnyside Boulevard. It's currently a mix of R5, which is larger kind of rural residential, as well as R7200, which is a more urban residential with a minimum lot size of 7,200 square feet. And the city is proposing that that would potentially receive our R6 zoning and have the potential for future residential development. And then the last area is to the south of current city boundaries, basically extending out to US 2. It's currently zoned R5 and within the rural urban transition area. And so this would require a little bit more on kind of the master planning, kind of sub-area planning efforts. And the city would be looking at zoning that would allow for both neighborhood, commercial, and residential. So a little bit more holistic approach to planning and zoning for this area. And so with that, Russ and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have about the proposed UGA expansions. And, you know, Russ, if you wanted to provide any additional context on kind of the rural urban transition area.
Sure. So in the past, there's been a designated rural urban transition area, and that's an area outside of urban growth areas that would, the process that the county does only occurs every 5 to 10 years to allow these major updates. And this would be the appropriate time for the city to start looking at where it wants its next 30-year boundaries. This year, the buildable land survey will be done. New, I'll use the term target, even though I don't like it. New growth targets will be assigned. Better to look at allocations for the city for both jobs and residential growth. And so this is just being preemptive, looking at that. All of these applications you see, we consider placeholders. We needed to get something into the county, and we had a consultant work with us to try and define what were reasonable boundaries for this first step. And if these actions are docketed, this would be after our negotiations with the county on city boundaries anyway. After this reconciliation of buildable lands targets, then we'll see what we need to move forward with actual applications to the county. These boundaries, as shown, they could expand, they could contract, but it really relies on where the county and the cities through the Snohomish County Tomorrow process decide to allocate larger percentages or new percentages of growth throughout the county.
A quick question. Did you say that the county is recommending that we incorporate all of these parcels?
No, at this point, we've just submitted an application to them. Dave had suggested that with our current industrial annexation, the county wanted us to expand the boundaries to the north to include the right-of-way, all of the Machias right-of-way, and then de facto that other industrial parcel. Since that wasn't really part of the petition, we didn't have the ability to change the boundaries in that way. So that's why we would look at that as one of the next target areas.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Did we talk about annexation south, going up to Highway 2 or possibly going to King Charlie's?
We definitely looked at that, and the current boundary as shown doesn't go that far south. As it is, the 700 acre proposed expansion, when we had our preliminary discussions with the county staff, they're pretty, I'll say, uncomfortable with even that large of an area. So that's why I say this is just a placeholder and will be subject to further negotiation and review once we know what the new growth targets are going to look like.
Hey, Russ, do we know if Marysville or Snohomish put in asks like we did?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. Dave, have you heard?
I have not. I haven't spoken to either Snohomish or Marysville or seen a full list of the proposals that were submitted by October 30th.
Okay, we'll get that information.
One comment that I would have is I would say that we need to look at likely serviceable areas as far as sewer. And I think, granted, Russ, as you indicated, this is a 30-year lookout. I would think, looking at our map, the most logical area for that 30-year lookout is exactly what Marcus indicated, down to that area along, down to Highway 2 and down 9, that corridor there that is south of the 300 acres that you've identified as proposed USGA expansion. That area is relatively easy to be serviced by sewer, gravity sewer. And so I think we should look along those lines first, and then possibly towards the east or north.
Agreed. That's a major part of what the county will be looking at when they get to their environmental review. And that did play into, some of the early recommendations when we had met with you and Councilmember Tagent, obviously, and the mayor to look at this, what is serviceable. And yeah, absolutely, that's got to be first and foremost. Councilmember Dickinson?
Yeah, so you know how I play. I drive these places. I get in my car and go drive around these areas. And I was concerned about the Sunnyside part of this. It looks like it may be a landslide area because some of that is really very steep hills. And I wonder if we've taken that into account when we look at the topography of that particular area.
Yeah, obviously there are some steep slopes above Sunnyside. There's also some more level area towards the base of that. So that, that does become part of the decision. but also other neighborhoods have been constructed in there that have been able to work through some of those challenges. And again, serviceability there by gravity for sewer is actually pretty easy to get straight down to the plant there. So there are some benefits, and it's a logical boundary as it goes to Sunnyside, and it excludes, though, the floodplains, the EB View or the EB Slough floodplains that would be further west.
Thank you.
David, could you send out these maps that you have on your slides to us so we can look at them a little closer? It's really hard to see where the boundaries are, for at least for me. I don't know about anybody else. So
yeah, we can
all
send
three
all
of
these
those
out.
maps that you had out there.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And there are maps in your packet already that should show all of these areas in a little larger view.
Great. Do we have anything else for Russ and David? Okay. We shall move on. Good work, Russ and David. I know there's a lot of work put in for that and time, so we appreciate that.
Right, thank you.
We lost some people. We seem thin. We lost Marcus, right?
I've been watching my figure there, Brett, if that's what you're noticing. Thanks for noticing.
You are thinner, I would agree.
We did lose Marcus, but it had to have been just a few minutes ago because I've been watching.
Okay.
We have a couple attendees, but yeah, that had to have been just in the last couple minutes.
Okay.
I'll be watching for him to log back on.
Okay, let's go ahead and do we need a break or do we want to move on?
Move on.
Mary's saying wrap it up. Let's go. So let's do a hazard pay policy. Anya, you are up.
Right. Good afternoon. This will be hopefully a short conversation, but we wanted to bring this back on the agenda after the conversation that we had in early January regarding hazard pay. After some further discussion and looking at the vaccination plans with the health district and looking at the hazard policy and who is covered. I know the discussion in January was to end the public works staff at the end of the month. And then possibly looking at law enforcement and the other building officials that are in the field in the next couple months when vaccinations were available. So we wanted to revisit that because of the public works staff. They are not available to get the vaccines yet. And, you know, there was just some talks amongst staff that maybe we should reconsider that approach. I have reached out to the health district. I haven't received a full answer yet, but looking at their planned phases, the public works staff are essential workers, according to Governor Inslee, but they aren't slated, from what I can tell, until plan 1B2 if they're over 50 and 1B4 if they're under 50. I'm trying to get a confirmation on that. I was hoping maybe Sean would be here for this part of the conversation. Maybe he'd have a little more knowledge, but that's kind of what I see in all of the draft plans, which could take some months. And just for your knowledge, we have 27 total public works staff and only 5 to 6 of those are over the age of 50. So it could be until phase 1B4 unless we can get them vaccinated sooner. So I just wanted to open that up for discussion. I know we heard the Teamsters representative guest speak or provide some comments at your council meeting a couple of days ago, which I think provided some insight as well. So I would just like to open the floor and get your guys' feedback on approaching that. It is a policy revision that I have to bring action to for council. So I will need to bring it back to a meeting for a decision and a vote at a later date. when you choose to end it for each job class.
Thanks, Anya. I really lean towards tying the hazard pay, the ending of the hazard pay to the vaccination schedule. I think that I was really sort of struck by the comments the other night at the meeting. I think it provided a good perspective of what our public works staff are sort of facing every day. And I do think, that the vaccination schedule, given the supply right now, and from what I'm hearing in the health district meetings, it's sort of, it's unpredictable, right? So there isn't a way for us right now to say, oh, in 6 weeks or 6 months, we'll be able to terminate that pay, because we know that we'll have, that tier of person vaccinated. I don't think we know that yet. But I think that tying that pay, or the termination of that pay, to vaccines being available for that group of people, to me makes a lot of sense.
I agree. Absolutely.
Anya, how much, or maybe Eric could answer this, because and this is just my perception, but I don't hang around with public works guys on a daily basis, but how much interaction does public works employees have with the public?
I wouldn't say it's daily, all day. I mean, it's sporadic. We do get some calls, but for the most part, they're solitary workers. I mean, we're out doing a job. You're in a street sweeper, you're in a roadside mower, you're putting up a stop sign, you're mowing the park. We have, other than like the inspections and some direct contact with folks, it's just, in my opinion, we're not out there every day interacting face to face with people. I'll put it out there. I think you're more at risk going to the grocery store than you are here at work, but that's strictly my opinion and may not reflect the views of others. But I don't see a huge exposure or liability to the city.
Yeah. So what kind of dollars are we talking about, Anya?
So the public works field employees are only a $10 a day premium. I don't have the breakdown of the cost. I know when we talked last, it was about $17,000 a month for the total hazard pay, where police are getting $33 a day. So they're the bulk of that cost. The public works staff are a third of that, so significantly less. And it's less staff than the police.
I would, because of that public involvement issue, I would tend to err on the side of discontinuing the hazard pay. Again, my observation of public works, they're very, with the exception of working on a couple of teams here and there, they're pretty solitary. And I don't see them being the frontline action with the public.
I think that what struck me is that while they're not consistently in contact with the public, that possibility is always there. So it's inconsistent and it's unpredictable.
Well, that possibility is there for us as well, interacting with our constituents.
Right, but we can stay in our houses and do what we need to do via Zoom, right? Like, we're not out. We don't have to be out in the parks and out in the streets and interacting with contractors. And I guess that was just my what I walked away from the comments.
They're provided with masks, and they can certainly socially distance, and they certainly have all the cleansing things that they need. And so, I mean, it's kind of an issue of how do they put themselves in harm's way. And I don't know as though there's a lot of opportunity for that to happen. If you're out cutting the lawn somewhere or fixing signs or doing something, it's kind of a solitary type activity. So if you're approached by the public, there's no reason why you have to get right up with them. So that's my feeling. So
I just brought up our, when the staff report from when we initiated hazard pay, and the reasoning behind it was because the staff that were outlined in the policy were recognized that they had a higher degree of risk of exposure when on duty because they were essential employees and they have to be out in the field, whereas other city staff can telework or limit their interactions with customers. And it was just acknowledged at the time that they have frequent and uncontrollable interaction with the public. So my thoughts is just, I don't think that piece has gone away and that reason hasn't gone away until maybe the vaccinations are available. I think it's just hard to take it away from one group that we've already given it to this whole time than it would be to continue it until it's all available, the vaccinations are available.
Especially when the reasons haven't changed.
Yeah, I totally.
Exactly, right.
At the same time, like, when do you stop? Do you stop at the first shot or the second shot?
I think we can I think we could discuss that. I mean, I think that, you know, the CDC has said that you have full immunity or 99% immunity after the second shot and 60% after the first shot. So that's certainly something that we can decide what level of risk, you know, exists. But I do think that tying it to vaccinations versus just deciding to take it away from one group and not another, to me, makes more sense.
Well, I think for me, police officers are required to have close contact. I mean, when they're taking someone into custody or stopping a vehicle or having contact, taking a report, I mean, they're often within 6 feet. I mean, you have to be within 6 feet to touch someone, to pat them down before you take them into custody. And so, you know, I've watched officers do their jobs, and you know, it is difficult with them wearing masks to be able to give directives and things and maintain proper distancing. So I think those are two kind of different job classes. While I certainly appreciate the concern for the workers, I guess, Eric, I'm just curious the frequency with which someone would have contact within 6 feet and not be able to wear a mask, because we're told that if we wear a mask and we're 6 feet apart, that we're basically we're very safe. And so, Eric, can you help me understand that? Because if I'm trying to think of the jobs that would require them to be within 6 feet of someone in the public and not be able to wear a mask, and that would help kind of drive my thought process. So with law enforcement, I can understand that better.
I would say rarely. We would rarely be in a situation where you'd have to be closer than 6 feet and not wearing a mask. We wear masks when we're out in the field. I mean, I see more interaction with myself and, you know, my inspectors in the field than I do the public works guys. I mean, I'm just being honest. They're not around people in their daily jobs other than other workers. I do think it needs to be fair across the board, but I'm a little bit blown away, and I see this, and I'm supportive of all the hard work that our public works guys do, and I appreciate that we've worked through this whole pandemic every step of the way and kept on doing our jobs, but now it's almost like an entitlement. It's like, here we even mention it, and before you know it, you got the union making public comments, and you can't take this away. We offered this in good faith and try to do the right thing, but times have changed. They're different now than they were when this first came out. The exposures are different. The safety protocols are different. And it almost feels now like it's an entitlement from the union and the employees that they get this hazard pay. And it's not. This was a good faith by the city and management to try and do the right thing out of the gate. And I just don't see why it needs to continue, because I don't see that they're at any greater risk than anybody at the meeting here. Just my opinion.
If I could jump in, I apologize. I got a phone call from a citizen, so I missed the very beginning. So I don't know if something was covered that I missed. So I'll share what several of you have already said. There is a difference, a bit of a difference for the officers in public works in that the officers are required to get within that distance. But I appreciate several things that were said, Councilmember Peters Hagen, about, well, at what point? At what point? And so at least from my perspective, and it is tied to the vaccines. Now, the officers have been able to start to get the vaccines. I'm trying to get some numbers, not names, but numbers of how many our folks are getting those vaccines. And then I look at getting the second vaccine as well. And I'm pretty sure I said this before, once they've had the opportunity to get both of those vaccines, and as the vaccines start to get to the general public, and now we're moving to phase 2, I see that, maybe after the first quarter, when they've had the opportunity to do it, not that they've gotten it, but they've had the opportunity, I see that as somewhat of a natural point. I also do share a concern of Eric's about the sense of entitlement too. And I share that concern as well. I hear a little bit of that. And I'm going to echo him to say that this was the council trying to do something right. And I appreciate that they did that. So again, I see kind of a natural point for us is when the officers have had enough time to be able to get the vaccines. And then at that point, the vaccines will start going out to the general public, which will then reduce the risk. As we go forward, the risk goes down. The risk isn't going to be zero for a long, long time. And so I don't see that. So anyways.
Just to clarify,
So Chief,
I'm not proposing that the police officers have their hazard pay taken away. I'm specifically talking about public works. So my thoughts are consistent with Councilmember Ewing's. I think the police officers, because of the requirements of their job, they're in a different situation than a public works worker. So just to clarify.
Okay, yeah, apologize for.
And Chief, I understand, Chief, that the police officers are being vaccinated, and if they're like the general population, there's some that are eager to get it, there's some that are kind of a wait and see, and some that say I'm never going to take the vaccine. So how is it determined which police officers have the vaccine made available to them and which ones don't?
Well, it's available to all of them. So we're trying, like I said, without violating any type of rules, we're trying to get numbers on how many folks are availing themselves. Within about a week, I should have a pretty good idea of how many of our employees are getting vaccinated.
So if they have the option to be vaccinated and they choose not to, then as Angie stated, the CDC is pretty clear. The numbers say over 99%, which is about as good as you can get immunity. At that point, it would make sense that we reconsider the hazard pay, because the hazard has been reduced because they've been made immune by the vaccination. Does that seem reasonable?
Correct. Yeah, and that's why I was thinking, to give everyone the opportunity to get the first and second shot. I would certainly think that by the end of March that they would have all had the ample opportunity to get both first and second shot. Whether they choose to or not is, but they'll have the opportunity.
So if they've already done it now, they take the first shot now and then they have one 3 weeks later. I don't know why we'd need to go to the end of March to give them that opportunity.
Well, a few people are still having trouble. It's available to them, but scheduling is another thing. With a lot of places have reduced or shut down because of lack of the vaccine. And we could discuss the time frame. It might be shorter than that, but I just want to make sure that that everyone has the opportunity to schedule it and then get both of the shots as well.
Can someone remind me, is the hazard pay able to be paid for using the CARES Act dollars, or is that coming out of general fund? Okay, got it.
It was CARES Act until the end of the year. Now it's not available.
Anya, do we know how many other city public works are paying their employees hazard pay?
I don't.
It's a good question.
Is that something that you can find out for us?
We do have a another data point, Community Transit's paying hazard pay to their bus drivers and a few of their other folks in the public works area. We determined to do that as a board to keep it going. But they are like the police, or even worse than the police, where they are, I mean, they're within a couple of feet of people at almost all the time in an enclosed bus. So that's not something that we even really thought about too much. As far as the entitlement problem, we're experiencing that also at Community Transit. That's a very real thing. So it's just, the board's going to make a decision when that comes off. And right now the board has decided that it's when people have had the opportunity to get the vaccine, whether they took it or not, we're going to be rolling back the hazard pay.
I would just like
my input into the public works area is I kind of agree with Gary and Eric on that. I don't see, I see the public works all the time. I'm around, and I don't see them involved with the public very often at all. And sometimes I see that they're not taking care of the precautions when they're with each other. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Sean has joined us, and so has Marcus. Just want to make a note.
John, great timing. Resident expert needed.
Oh, great.
That would be you.
Okay.
I think there might be a question or two for Sean. Like, one was the timing of 1B2 tier. Is that correct?
I literally just saw a press release, or maybe it wasn't, and I'm about to divulge early information. I believe that there's going to be a pause on 1B2 for about a minimum of 4 weeks.
Oh, wow.
Is that to get the teachers done?
Hmm?
Would that be so that they can focus on the teachers?
Let me.
You don't have to answer that.
No.
Yes, he does.
We've opened up the. Nope, that's the wrong phase. That's the phase 2. Okay, so I probably did say something I wasn't supposed to yet.
I heard nothing.
Your secret's safe with us.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I'm posting as we speak, Sean.
What did you say, Sean? I'm muted.
I read something. Okay. State plans to hold 1B2 and shared with K through 12 staff to prepare for it to be another 4 to 6 weeks before it starts. So there may have been a press conference earlier today.
So just to catch you up to speed, Councilmember Frederick and Pageant, we were talking about hazard pay and the different departments that have hazard pay, which is public work and the inspectors, building officials, and then police. And looking at when vaccinations will be available across the board, since they all fall into different groups. Right now, law enforcement is available now. However, the discussion before was discontinuing hazard pay for public work staff. And the question is when, and what I've looked at on the health district's website is possibly 1B2 or 1B4, depending on their age, because they are essential workers, according to Governor Inslee. So we kind of would love to know if you would agree with that, if that phase sounds correct to you as well, but that could be months. So.
Are you asking me if I agree with the statement that's on my own website?
Well, I reached out to the health district to confirm, but we're trying to figure out when public works staff are going to be available for the vaccine.
So everything is dependent. Everything is kind of dependent on the unknown, and that is the availability of vaccine. It ultimately it's this simple. If Snohomish County had 1.6 million doses of vaccine, the phases are irrelevant. The only reason why the phases exist is to make sure that vaccine is distributed in a manner that that it prioritizes those people that are most likely to experience severe illness and pose the greatest risk to overwhelming our healthcare system. So that being said, there is increase in vaccine coming each week. So as we continue to move forward, you know, the likelihood of being able to move those phases forward improves. The problem here is that we only learn what vaccine is coming into the county this week. So it is literally a week by week problem. And within that problem, once we know that this is how much vaccine is loosely coming into the county, there is an element of looking at those numbers and making adjustments to where that vaccine makes the most sense to go so that it can go out as quickly as possible. So it's hard for me to say anything beyond the 4 to 6 weeks because I don't know how much vaccine is coming into the county 2 weeks from now.
So the conversation we were having about Public Works before Sean and Marcus got on board with coming back into the meeting is whether we should allow Public Works to still have hazard pay when it is thought by some of us that they don't have as high a risk as they had in the beginning.
Wasn't it my understanding that Eric had said probably don't need it?
Yes, it was. He did say that.
So I'm going to go.
And he said it again.
So I'm going to go along with what Eric says.
We continued the hazard pay because the rate of disease was in a fairly steep decline the last 2 months of the year, really starting in November and heading through December. Since January, the diseases so far basically been heading in the opposite direction. We have a much lower rate over the 2 week period that we've been historically tracking currently than we had in our peak most recently around the turn of the year, the new year.
Any further thoughts? Seems like there's varying opinions across the board, so I kind of need some direction. This is a policy that has to be brought before council for action on when the hazard pay will be ended for the job classes, whether we're going to end it for just one job class or for all. It will need to come before council. So
does it become an administrative issue if we put it before each public works and each police officer who, any employee who's still getting hazard pay, put it before them, have them sign off, yes, I'm going to get the vaccine, no, I'm not going to get the vaccine, and then at that point terminate that individual from hazard pay if they know they're not going to get it, or continue them with hazard pay until they're able to get their second shot?
I'm not the expert here, but
is there a HIPAA issue?
I think that's a direction we'd want to go.
I think you're asking people to disclose protected health information, and that gets a little tricky.
Yeah. So in order to not have to deal with HIPAA, you just have to have a drop dead date for everybody, whether it's a good date or a bad date. It's just a date. Is that what we're saying?
the easiest. to discontinue it altogether for all staff. And it'd be the most equitable and fair. But it's at the council's wishes.
Like equitable is relative to risk. And so, you know, they who are exposed to higher risk, like police officers, it would make sense that, but they're also being given the opportunity to get vaccinated sooner than public works. But if there's little to no risk to the public works people as identified by the director, then the issue of the entitlement comes up where they're collecting money for something that maybe that isn't relative to the risk they're exposed to.
I would like to just point out that I think that conversation happened in the beginning of hazard pay as well. And that's why the police are receiving significantly more money, the $33 a day versus the $10 a day. And that's part of that decision in the beginning, back in April.
I feel more comfortable ending hazard pay across the board versus ending it for one group and not another. And I get that there's a really different risk level for law enforcement than there is for public works. But I think that going back on to what you said in the beginning, the reason that we enacted this in the first place was that these are all essential employees that come into contact or have the potential to come into contact with the public. They don't have the option to telework. So whether that's based on when law enforcement can get vaccinated or public works can get vaccinated, I do like the idea of ending it for all employees at the same time.
I don't want to get into a debate whether a lot of these rules make sense or not coming from the governor's office. So I think we could probably argue with those all day. But Anya, you said about $17,000 a month, and you're figuring probably 3/4 of that is going to the police officers, 70% roughly.
Yes.
We're in there, so we're about $2,100 a month for the public works people, roughly speaking, or a little bit more than that. Give or take a few dollars. For the sake of argument, I guess I would, we're it's pretty small numbers, I guess, and so I will concede the fact that we should probably just keep it for everybody in place. I don't agree with that, but for the sake of moving this forward and getting that off the table, I would agree with that.
Would you like maybe for me to bring this to another council meeting at a workshop in another month or another 4 weeks to see where we're at, and then maybe we just keep doing some check-ins?
Certainly, I would say every month we do it.
Yeah, I would agree, especially at the current rate of decline in the disease rate. If things continue and the public continues, obviously, with the measures that they're putting in place and we get more vaccine out into the community, I think we're having a very different conversation a month from now. But that's really optimistic.
Yeah, we've all been talking about the same two things. Basically, we have the responsibility to the safety of our workers, but we also have a fiscal responsibility to our taxpayers. So, we've got to balance that. So I think that the course that we're going on right now is to, to continue it and verify it every month. I think that's a good idea.
I agree.
Gary, you're right. On the public works side of it, it's not very much money. A year of it would be a little over $25,000. So, although that's still $25,000 of taxpayer money that's going to not be used elsewhere in the city, it still, we have to weigh that.
I say bring it back in a month.
Great.
Sounds good.
Thank you all for the great discussion. I know it's a tough one.
It was a tough one. Okay, perfect. That leads us to our next discussion of Equity 2021. It is 1:45, 13:45 for you military people. And let us take a 10-minute bio break. Refresh, stretch, yoga, whatever you need to do. Let's come back in, say, 10 minutes.
Chief, looks like it's just us.
Well, that's some good news you gave out. It's better than it sounds like it's going in a little bit better direction than it was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the past 3-4 weeks now, the rate of disease has really come down. We were in the mid 400s, so 400 cases per 100,000 of the population over the past 2 weeks, or over the previous 2 weeks, and now we're in the mid 200s. So, I mean, it won't be very long before it's time to really look at the scale. And I realize this is still broadcasting. I can't blend the lines too much.
Right. Now you said at another meeting that we've seen the UK variant here.
Yes, we have the UK variant here in Snohomish County. Snohomish likes to be first, so we had the first COVID case in the country, the first UK variant in the state. There is also a Brazilian variant, a South African variant,
right,
and there is a California variant.
Of course there is. California
hasn't really been sorted out yet.
So let's hope that these variants don't become the dominant strain and that we keep that downward. Have we been doing okay with getting vaccines?
No one is.
No one is, right.
The amount of vaccine we're getting, we have more capacity right now to get vaccine out than we have vaccine.
Yeah, I'll be interested. I'm supposed to go back next week for my second shot, and I'm wondering if there's going to be anything there.
Well, the way the system works, let's say Clinic A orders 2,000 vaccine to give out. Once they receive that order, and the second dose to go with those original doses are automatically shipped there.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So what's been happening, what's really frustrating to people, and I completely get it, if you're getting your vaccine at, I don't want to name the entities, but at whichever your regular provider is, they have robust appointing systems that they're used to setting up. Well, here's your first appointment, here's your next appointment. But when you start talking about these mass vaccination sites, drive-up sites, pop-up sites, these are generally not providers that are in the business of doing continuous care. So you can get your first shot, but there aren't systems necessarily in place to be able to set up that second shot. So it becomes a challenge of, and in the case of those, they're kind of getting vaccine. Every vaccine is simply, it's a mass vaccination shot. So every vaccine they get is a vaccine to be given, which is kind of the challenge in constantly feeding those, which is why the state has adopted its model where a significant percentage of every vaccine that comes into the state is automatically sent to the mass care sites.
Gotcha.
Hey, I just want to remind you folks, and it's fine that we're live streaming still. So,
yep.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Sean, is the symptom of the UK variant bland food and bad teeth? Is that those symptoms? Sorry.
That's a dad joke. That is a straight dad joke. No, thank you, Kelly. But very quickly, I identified that I needed to make sure that I wasn't blending lines.
Yeah. I may be able to slice some of the recording later for breaks, but for right now we're live streaming because I can't stop it.
I don't think we gave out any state secrets.
No.
While we're doing post-production, should we make everyone look pretty too? Do some post-production work?
If you could take off about 35 pounds, I'd be really appreciative.
Yeah.
Wow, Barb's really relaxed back there.
Oh yeah, check it out. I have a full recliner here too. And my dog. My coworker over here. I figure I have this in the room for him. I might as well use it on break time.
Free entertainment? Is that what we are, Barb? Since you don't have any topics.
Right? Good retreat for me.
Note to self, ask for the financial impacts on every single thing moving forward.
Right? Normally we do a financial impact, but this one was too early in the year to actually give you anything really meaningful. So you'll get it in February.
Can we see a 6-year projection?
Today.
Sean, you've got my full screen.
So what?
You've got my full screen, Sean.
It's not because of anything I did.
Looks like you got a Mardi Gras going on back there.
Yeah. That was my plan for this year. I was going to go to Mardi Gras.
Still a good plan.
Well, they canceled it. Well, they're trying to reschedule it for later in the year, and that just doesn't make sense because it's a religious holiday.
Well, it kind of evolved a lot more in that.
No, it's still what it's about. That's why you see all the fleur-de-lis everywhere.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of those kinds of things, what do you think that the odds of us having Aquafest are going to be? Well, I'm just asking for, professional opinion.
He's asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Assuming that the Biden administration is successful in increasing the flow of vaccine in our community, and assuming that our population is consistent in wearing masks, watching their distance, washing their hands, and correctly applying all of the measures, I think the chances are good.
Okay.
That was
Most
a really plain answer.
Yeah, most of the other events, large events in the area have already canceled, but Aquafest has not. So we're still planning.
Keep the hope. Taking a wait and see, Kim, right now on all of our events.
Right, but if we don't plan it and it comes to okay, you can have it, then it's just as bad as saying, hey, you're not doing it.
Has there been a date identified by when you have to make a decision?
Guys, let me hit the record button. I feel like we're having a quorum conversation and I just want to be able to get it on recording. I mean, we're live streaming, but okay, go ahead, Angie.
I just was wondering if the committee has made a decision or identified a date by which they have to make a decision one way or the other. That's like March 1st or May 1st or.
Yeah, we think it's going to be the latest we can go is May 31st.
Oh, okay. That's.
And then that is typical of, okay, we got to spend money, so there's a lot of different things that are in that mix. But right now we think it's going to be May 31st as a drop dead date for a decision. It could be earlier based on anything that's coming out of the CDC and, the state. It could be we just say, hey, we give up, we're just not going to be able to do it again. And then there's a couple of things that the city is doing downtown that might have a little bit of an effect on the decision making also. So I got to set up some time with Eric and Russ and the mayor to talk about that.
Yeah, the good thing, Kim, is we have flow in the outflow channel to do the little duck. What was it called?
The duck dash. The Rotary puts on the duck dash every year. Yeah.
I think the ducks could actually move.
Yeah, if they go to have it,
could move.
Yeah, I think they would move swiftly right now. Yeah, mine didn't win. We had, I had him in training and everything last time. We did calisthenics, we did sprints, we did everything, and my duck didn't win.
I saw some whitewater. I drove by there and saw some whitewater going on the other side of the restaurant. The water was moving so fast, which is I've never seen that before. So that moving that debris out there's really helped the outflow for sure.
We might even attract a little kayak industry with the flow rate.
Tubing.
We can talk to the Lake Stevens Rowing Club.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, we got everybody.
Is Mary back? Mary there?
Yeah. She's back. We have everybody.
Let's take a real quick second. Kelly, tomorrow we want to schedule an executive session to talk possible litigation.
Can we not do that today, Mayor, since we're way ahead of schedule?
Can we do that today without announcing it?
You just did.
See the power?
Not technically, no, because I have on a special meeting notice, you really can't deviate.
That's right.
From what I've already noticed.
Okay, so we couldn't add it to the agenda tomorrow either.
I could call Greg and ask him really quick. You're not going to take action, right?
Correct.
Possibly he'd let me add that right now at 24 hours notice. Let me run it by him. I'm a little uneasy about it, but let me ask.
Okay, yeah, let us jump into this next subject. And if you would do that, make that call.
Yep, I will.
All right, let's move on to the last subject of the day, which is Equity 2021. Angie and Kim, you are up.
Kim, are you okay if I jump in first? I'll be quick.
Take it away, Angie.
All right, thanks. I was originally, thank you for giving this subject some time. I appreciate it. I was originally thinking that it would be great as a city to talk about how best we could sort of celebrate the diversity and the growing diversity in the city of Lake Stevens. And so I did a little research and looked into what some other cities are doing just to kind of get the ball rolling. And every city I looked at, whether it's, celebration of Black History Month or Pride Week or whatever else, every city has some sort of organization that's doing that work. It's not city staff and it's not city council. It's a diversity advisory commission or Snohomish for Equity community group. And it just got me to thinking and wanting to kind of bring up the subject again of where we're at as a city and how we want to move forward, really valuing all of the members of our community and really putting energy into being one community around the lake and really celebrating the growing diversity in Lake Stevens. So here's my ask. And then I'll talk a little bit more about it and then I'll turn it over to Kim. There's a group in Lake Stevens who have developed a commission proposal, a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Access Commission proposal. And they will be reaching out to each of you, to all of us here over the next, I think, week or two to invite us to have a conversation with them about why they're making this proposal and why they feel like this is a good direction for our city. And I have a copy of the draft. I sent it to Kelly kind of late. I didn't get it early enough to give it as part of the packet, but it'll come to you via email. So you'll have a chance to review that proposal. I would just like to ask that each of you be willing to sit down with this group and talk through sort of their ideas and this proposal and kind of think through what this might mean for the city of Lake Stevens. And then we can come back and have a conversation as a council about it. I think that from what I see about whether it's an advisory council or a commission, what I'm seeing in other cities is that it's not just about, celebrating diversity. It's about a lot of the things that we've talked about today. It's about how to have equity in some of the decisions that are being made from the city level. Improving community engagement, not just by people of color, but folks that are living in our city where maybe they have limited English proficiency, and giving those folks an opportunity to, engage in the city in the same way that other folks do. Ensure that everyone in the community has access to the city without barriers. And I think, honestly, I'm not an equity expert. None of us here are equity experts, I don't think. But we have a group of citizens who are passionate about this, and similar to our planning commission or the salary commission, the veterans commission, we have an opportunity to capitalize, I think, on the passion of a group of citizens to guide us in a way that we don't have, we don't have the expertise, we don't have the time. For many of us, this is our second job or a third job. This is a group who has the time and has the passion to really dive into the subject, to really provide guidance to a number of different directions that we're moving as a city, provide guidance to HR, providing guidance to law enforcement, helping us as a council, when we identify training that doesn't really fit for the city of Lake Stevens, helping us find resources that do fit our city and that do help us move forward with that equity lens. So I'm not going to go on and on, but I just would really urge you to take a look at the proposal, to meet with this group, and to come back, here at one of our future workshops and talk through what do we really want for our city? What do we really want for our citizens? How do we move forward, ensuring that we have this equity lens as our city grows and becomes more and more diverse?
All right, thank you, Angie. So the only thing that I have to add is we brought this to the agenda because we were asked to, and it is something we need to discuss. It's being discussed everywhere, no matter what group I'm in, SCIT, community transit, whatever. Everybody's talking about equity and inclusion. And that was brought on by the Floyd incident, I'm sure. There's a lot of emotion behind it. That emotion is waning, the negative emotion of it, but the advocacy for it is still there, even though the emotions are getting a little bit more tempered, which is a good thing. So anyway, I wanted Angie to bring it forward and let you think about it. I was not aware that the group was going to be reaching out to us, which I think is a great thing. I have reached out to them and never got an answer, so I don't know. I think we should just wait and see how that goes, and everybody can make their own decisions based on that, and we'll come back together as a group and discuss it. Anybody else have any thoughts?
I do, Kim. There, kind of slumped. I did see the proposal. I actually have met with the group, and in one-on-one, I've kind of had this conversation a few times with different individuals. Some on the council, some not on the council. But I don't want to say I disagree with you. I would say that if you look like Floyd, nothing is waned. Someone asked me a couple of very pointed questions, and they were kind of shocked to have my very direct response. And it involved something as simple as whether or not I go walking around at night. which I don't. So I think that there is need for the conversation. I'm certainly not a skittish person by nature. I'm not someone who fears the ability to take care of myself. But there are concerns that are very real. And while I'm certainly not an activist. I think we all know that I'm not an activist. It's not in my nature. There are people that are very vocal and passionate about this, and I think there's value there. A lot of the things that we're trying to figure out when we talk about things like local improvement districts. The question that we all it wasn't me who came up with is there equity? I really believe it was either Gary or even you who mentioned the equity of it, where the term actually came out. There are people that are passionate about the topic. And I think this could be a good opportunity for us to look at how this measures in. I recognize that there's lots of concerns around here. A commission formed by itself without structure, goals, or any of those things really ends up being just a very long conversation. You and I have experienced, Marcus, have experienced that in another commission for quite some time, that we seem like we're finally getting some direction and some motion going. So I recognize all those concerns, but I certainly wouldn't want to just walk away from this opportunity just because it's uncomfortable or maybe unfamiliar for most of the people in the group.
I just want to say, I actually lived in a part of the world where there was 40% of the people in my town were African American and 15% were Latino. As a Spanish teacher, and I apologize for this scratchy throat, I don't know what's going on, but as a Spanish teacher, I worked with a lot of Hispanics, a lot of people who are having a hard time because they're different and because people didn't get that about them. So, and my husband and I worked very hard with the group that tried to bring Winston-Salem back together so that those diversities could be one. And what I love about Lake Stevens is I see potential. I think I talked to the mayor about this one day. I said, we're not red, we're not purple, we're not blue, we're purple. We're not red or blue, we're purple. And we're not this or that. We are one. I want to see us be one city. And that word one is what stands with me. And I really would love to see the equity group wake us all up. I think waking up is what we need to do so we understand better. And I really did thank those who talked about whether we were being fair and equitable earlier on. I was pleased to hear that.
Just want to thank Kelly. It looks like we all have the draft in our inbox currently.
Yes.
So thank you so much for getting that out so quickly. Appreciate it.
Of course. Yes.
Harry, you had something you want to say?
Sean, as you probably know, I've lived in this community for a long time. I don't go walk at night either. So I don't feel excluded because of that. There are, I can think back of years of riding my bike around the lake when I was a youngster and so forth. There was yahoos then, and there's yahoos now. And so, like I said, I don't choose to walk at night either because of that. So you're not alone.
So Gary, I appreciate that. Rest assured, I'm kind of alone in this one, in this group sitting here. I'm kind of alone in this. And I want to share that. And I think you have to understand, and I appreciate that maybe you can't. You and I walking down the same street are not viewed in the same way at any time. I don't expect you to understand that because it's something that you really wouldn't be able to appreciate. But the other part that you can't appreciate is the severity of the consequences if I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. If I end up in the wrong neighborhood, in the wrong situation, every study that's ever been done says that if you and I end up in the same place, in the same situation at the same time, you and I are having different outcomes. And the severity of those outcomes could be fatal for me. And they were fatal for Floyd. And it's a bit dismissive when you say, well, that happens to me too. It by no means does it to the same intensity.
I would, and I appreciate the conversation, but I would pleasantly argue that if I put myself in a position, granted it's not Lake Stevens, but if I put myself in a position in another city, in another place, the consequences could be the same for me. Is that deniable?
No, I wouldn't say it's deniable. I will say that the facts in the matter are that if you are a minority, that you are much more likely to end up in a bad outcome. The concern, there's no point where I'm not weighing, there's no point where I'm not judging whether or not someone is friend or foe, ever. You know, it's a subtle thing that I really think you would have to live a different life to appreciate. And I won't retell the story because I don't want the story to be misdirected towards law enforcement. But, you know, the story of my childhood has many, many examples that have followed through life. And it's not a one of. And I'm sitting here in an Argyle sweater. I don't generally put myself in a bad situation. But, you know, I know from experience that I have to be more careful because any complaint I make is much more likely to be dismissed. And if there's a contested opinion, it's much more likely that my opinion is not going to be the accepted one. That's reality. You can shake your head no, and I appreciate that.
I'm agreeing. I'm not dismissing your comment.
But you have to realize, I'm like, well, you know, I could end up in the wrong situation too. My wrong situation could be speaking out in this group right now, and I just don't know it.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
I'm not accusing any of you. I'm saying that I weigh those thoughts every time I do speak.
Well, I guess we got to get past that.
I would love to, and that's the beauty of a group like this. Because frankly, I'm not an activist, as I said. I met with the group, I listened to them. You know, I love the passion that they have, and I'm not a good fit for their group. But that doesn't invalidate the work that they're willing to do. I just think that before I think we should take time to hear what they have to say and make a decision there on the work itself. And I think an important part is taking ourselves out of it so that the work can really move forward. This is an uncomfortable topic. If we were to have a conversation around things like Black History Month, I frankly, I'm not a fan of things like that. I don't think there should be a Black History Month. I think there should just be history. The reality is that there are large segments of history that are missing, which is why we have the recognition months. I would love to get past all those things, but to get there, we've got to acknowledge that those things are real.
I think as a city, we have a responsibility to ensure that we move forward better, that we do better, and acknowledge that there are stories like Sean's in every neighborhood in our city. We have, whether it's people of color, whether it's people of a different socioeconomic status, whether it's religious diversity, we have a really diverse population, and it's only going to get more diverse, which is wonderful and lovely and exciting. And it's incumbent upon our city to ensure that as people walk into our town, they feel like they can be a part of this community. And there are ways, there are really, simple things we can do to ensure that people feel like they belong, that people have a voice, that we're not inadvertently creating barriers that we don't even know about because we're not the experts, right? So why would we not encourage and allow for those experts to help guide us?
The experts that we had brought before us previously were questionable.
Well, I understand that some people felt like that. So then let's let a group of community members that live and work here help guide us into a way that we can get that information in a way that doesn't feel questionable, but that helps us move forward in a way that that honors the diversity of our city, that helps us celebrate that ensures that we're not creating situations where people don't feel safe to walk at night because of the color of their skin.
Appreciate the conversation. It's all good.
Anybody else? There's only Marcus, myself, and Steve who haven't really talked.
I appreciate everything y'all are saying, and the fact that we're talking about this is critical. It's where you start, because if you don't start, you never know that you have a closed vision to something. So I really appreciate this, and thanks for the shares.
I will jump in and say I really like the conversation. I see a lot of valid points on both sides. I'm open to hearing from the group and chatting with them and seeing where collectively as a group we make a decision to look at our next steps with them. I'm going into this with a very open mind and wanting to I think I've said this all along. I think that I could use more education on this, as I'm probably not the most educated in this. I try to, ever since everything's happened, I've tried really hard to have good conversations about this, so that way I could, further my education. But I'm very much open to hearing more dialogue and continuing to educate myself in this. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, great conversation. Good points. I guess I was a little confused. Maybe I was misunderstanding. It sounded like these community members, are they identifying themselves as experts, or are they, is this just a group of people that have similar ideas and are wanting to push this forward?
That's a great question. The word expert is my word. I think that from what I know about this group, they certainly have done more work than I have in the field of equity. They come from very, different backgrounds, and they have different educational experiences. So I'll let them speak for themselves. I don't know that that's how they would characterize themselves. So that was my characterization. Thanks for asking the question.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I think we're done.
I'll throw in my little 2 cents here. So I just have perused this real quickly. So is the idea that this commission is self-formed? Is it a city commission that would fall under our commission rules? What's the concept here? I don't,
Yeah,
I see the idea of the commission in here, but I don't see how it's formed.
I think that that's something that this group is wanting to learn more about and sort of talk with city staff about and with us about the pros and cons of how to move forward in that way. I think the desire is a city formed commission, but I also think that, you know, from what I understand from the group, and I'll leave it to each of you to have that conversation, they're looking for a way to align with the city and partner with the city and sort of move this in a different direction. And I think that, you know, commission's certainly one way to do that, but I know that there are other models as well. Does that answer your question?
Does answer my question. I'm just trying to understand the logistics of it. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I always have a great conversation. What a great conversation to watch between Sean and Gary. And Weston apparently wants to get in
Weston.
also as the baby representative. But it's just great to see conversations like that come open, and it really starts to show the diversity on all ends, Gary's diversity, Sean's diversity. And it's great to hear those thoughts, and I'm not adverse to them at all. I just wanted to understand more the logistics of what we're looking at here.
I think that was, you know, part of what I really enjoyed about doing a little research is it really seems like there are many different models in the way this is working in different cities. And I think that, you know, we have a responsibility to think about what we want to move forward, but also look at the resource that it bears upon our city staff and the different ways that, you know, we can structure this. Ultimately, you know, I think that what works for Lake Stevens, what works for our citizens, what works for, you know, our structure. I think there's some flexibility there.
All right, so what I think we ought to do is go ahead and listen when they reach out to us. Like I said, I reached out to them, I got nothing, so I'm hoping they do reach out to me. I do have a appointment with, I think, one of the people on that committee. I'm not sure she's really on it or not. I'll find out. That's just a separate conversation on something else. But if we listen to them and we can come to a conclusion on this, one way or the other, we'll have another discussion about it, I'm sure, workshop or whatever, and then see if there's a way to move forward or maintain status quo, which I doubt we're ever going to be able to do. So I look forward to that in the future. So, Mr. Mayor, I think we should go ahead and recap the day.
Hold on, Kim, can I interrupt you? Normally when we get people proposing things, there's names attached to it, and we actually know who the people are. I don't know who any of these people are that form this committee, you know, and so it'd be helpful for me to see names attached to it, because when we did the Lake Advisory, people had some things like I had names attached to it. Just helpful for me to see, you know, is this 5 people? Is it a 50-person committee? You know, so I don't know if that is a reasonable ask. But it might be reasonable consideration. It would be helpful for me if for no one else.
I'm sure that when they reach out to you at some point in the next week, they'll introduce themselves.
Well, I'm talking the whole committee, not just like a person, but like the whole committee, just to see collectively, like, wow, would be helpful for me to have that information.
Yeah, no, I think the whole committee will reach out, and I think they'll introduce themselves.
I would agree with where you're going with that, Steve. I would like to know who's on the committee. What, you know, do they have a plan for this? What is their, you know, mission statement for this? Do they have, how is this put together? It's I just simple, you know, logistics. So.
Well, one of the logistics that we would need to discuss is if we're going to have this as a city commission, then the city council representatives that do those commissions is going to be doing interviews for spots on that commission. And they would be putting in their paperwork in order to be advised that they want to be on that committee. And then anybody could then do that, which is within inside the city, just like like the Parks Board or the Planning Commission or the Veterans Commission or the Library Board or any of those things. That's the way it would be worked if it's a city sanctioned commission. And at that same time, then they would be under a work plan by the city. And that's the way it works. That's the way our commissions are set up, and that's the way we would need to do it. If it wants to be an ad hoc advisory committee to further an explanation of where they think we should go, that isn't going to work in a commission. That's just not the way it's set up. At least that's my professional opinion by reading our rules of commissions and being one of the people that helps interview for these commissions for the past year. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, I'm with Kim on that as far as, what's the product of the commission? What's the expected product, right? Is it to organize the monthly diversity activities? I don't know. That's the question. What's the product?
Yeah, I would hope that product would be developed collaboratively, right? Like that we decide, we sort of see the city and we're responsible to some extent for the constituents' needs. So I just, as any other commission, I would, if that's the direction, that we decide to go, it's in part our responsibility to know what's needed and to help provide that scope of work. But I also think if we're bringing people to the table that have a different viewpoint, that have diverse viewpoints, they're going to have a perspective that we don't, and they're going to be able to advise us, where those needs are, and that, we come up with a scope of work together and that we're working towards that collaboratively. I guess that's my envision. And that's what I see in the other advisory councils and commissions in the other cities in our county, that scope of work, there's sort of a yearly goals that's collaboratively developed based on the needs of the city.
All right, so on the recap, not on this particular subject, I think we've moved on that, but we have a recap for the day. Does anybody have any questions for anybody of the staff and any of the presentations that we've been given, or anything that they need, such as when I asked for the maps that I didn't realize were in the packet? Sorry about that. Is there anything else that we need to talk about for the day? Anybody?
I'm just wondering, Kim, it's 2:30 here and we were supposed to adjourn at 4. Is there any chance of maybe taking a couple of topics from tomorrow's so that we don't have to meet until 2:00 tomorrow?
I believe there is, if we have the staff available to do it, and if it's the pleasure of the council and the mayor.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm not sure if staff is prepped completely for these things, but one of the items I thought is if you and Kim or you and Sean were prepped to do the Lake Stevens Youth Council, that's one we could knock out.
The only other question I have then is for Kelly. Is it legal for us to move an agenda item from day to day? We have done it in the past at retreats that are away from the city.
Mm-hmm. I don't see an issue with it. There's no comment.
I don't either.
It's videotape. They can.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to cover all the bases.
No, I appreciate that. I agree.
Kelly, you didn't answer on the executive session.
I did. So Greg said we can hold an executive session tomorrow on potential litigation as long as there's no action after, which it doesn't sound like there's going to be. So Greg is available at 9:00 at the very beginning of the retreat. And so with the council's permission, I was just going to revise the agenda tomorrow to add that as the first item for the agenda tomorrow.
That sounds like a great plan. So with that in mind, Kim and Sean, can you guys knock out the youth council now?
Yeah, we certainly can.
Sure.
So this is basically the same thing looking at that we just talked about, although probably a little bit less of an emotional area. I have, and several council persons in the past have tried to institute a youth council. it's much the same thing as a commission. It could be looked at that way. It could be used as a youth advisory council, which we did have in the city for a while that didn't actually do anything with the city, although they did report out a couple of their things over the years. It was really a council driven by the high school and by the family center at the time. That has since several years ago gone away. I broached the subject several years ago. I think it was my second year on the council with the AP governmental class at the high school to see if there was any of the students that would be wanting to try to do something like that. Got a little bit of forward momentum on it for a little while. And then, of course, a couple of the really good ones decided to graduate, of all things, and leave. And it kind of fell on its sword at that point. I don't remember Marcus, so he's not online anymore. Drop Marcus. Marcus and I went to National League of Cities back in Pittsburgh a few years ago, where part of the National League of Cities is the Youth Council of America, and I think it's what it's called. At any rate, I went to a breakfast with the National League of Cities Youth Council people, and there was youth councils there from all over the United States. And I was totally blown away by what some of these youth councils were doing. But one of those youth councils was from San Francisco area. There were over 500 high school kids and junior high kids on the council. And they did it by breaking it up into sections by high school is what they did. And so they were responsible for their own areas, brought it all together to try to do major things in San Francisco. And major, the major things were just impressive of what they were accomplishing there. There's other youth councils that have done similar things in Chicago, Detroit. They reported out. There was one from Florida, one from Alabama. And they're all doing great things, and they're all set up differently. Some of them have a council person from their youth council as a council position on their cities with full voting rights. Others have the council person from their youth council come to the council cities meeting. They have a chair, but they're not a voting member. They're just a council. And some of them are just autonomous on their own and are a city commission report to the city, just like our planning commission, parks board and that. And then some of them are just an advisory council that comes in every once in a while, like ours used to do, to let the city know this is what we're working on. The things that they used to work on here at the city, our city's youth advisory council, was things like suicide prevention and drug prevention and things like that. And they worked basically at the high school. And they came and reported. They had several events that they would put on. They would invite the council members to participate with them. I know that Mayor Little and I myself participated several times with them. I used to go to all the Youth Advisory Council meetings, which was once a month, and participated as much as I could. So anyway, my idea is to float the idea again. It's been several years to see if it fits with our city to try to do Youth Advisory Council. Councilmember Frederick did a little bit of snooping into other areas of the state and the city of the county, trying to figure out youth councils everywhere else that are around us, and he's come up with a few. So I'll turn it over to Sean.
Yeah. And I looked at the two that are closest to us, and I learned of a third even this morning that has kind of gone the wayside. The one nearest to us is actually Snohomish, and the next one is Edmonds. And both of them have all of their guiding documents online. Both of them, they have, although the wording of their living documents is very different, they're both very focused on youth advocacy. So it's really being able to identify topics of interest to the youth and being able to bring those things back to the city council, providing a lens, providing the youth lens on policy changes that could impact them directly, but also really being able to become directly engaged in the city government process. Now, in Snohomish, as Kim mentioned, Some have seats at the table that are voting rights. In Snohomish, they don't. They don't generally. They're not generally a standing member of the city council or participating in the city council on a regular basis. However, periodically in Edmonds, they are at least at the dais sitting there. They do give presentations on different topics of interest based on their individual work plans. There's actually in Edmonds, there's kind of a multi-year project that they've been following based on water quality, which is what initially drew my interest, because we often refer to the lake as our greatest resource. I think most parents would kind of refer to their children as our greatest resource. So there's definitely a tie in there. Perhaps our children are our least utilized resource, but there's a lot of opportunity there nationally, as Kim mentioned. These youth councils and commissions are very common. There are many examples. I looked at about 15 in total, scanning through to see how they were different. They all generally fell into either the youth advocacy camp. There was one that fell into the youth development camp, which seemed a bit ominous, depending on how that would go. So I didn't look in that one in any more detail. And I actually found one that was a youth council that actually didn't involve youth. It was actually an adult commission that was focused on youth, but rightly so identified as a youth council because of its focus. So there's lots of ways that you could engage a youth council. Generally, while San Francisco and a couple of other cities have very robust groups, there's something magical. 10 to 15 seems to be the common size for most councils, and I'm sure that's just because most places aren't metropolises like San Francisco, which is obviously a very large urban center. But it gives you an opportunity to really get some insight. Everything that we're ultimately doing is really about positioning the city for its future residents. The plans that we work on a daily basis, our master plans, our comprehensive planning for parks and economic development, are really about the future of the city. They're not about the present. So having the youth lens on those could be really valuable. So that's really what I came away with looking at this over time in those multiple sites. I could certainly see as a really quick project involving the youth council, much like Edmonds has projects involving water quality there in Edmonds and their surrounding streams in the watersheds there. We have the lake, and we have lots of concerns around water quality here in our lake. And it seems to be almost a ready-made project just sitting there. So just some initial thoughts.
Yeah, I'll throw my little sense in here. I think this is a great idea. You guys give me direction, I'll absolutely run with it. The City of Everett also has a youth advisory board that meets monthly. They do 1-year terms, taking folks from their high schools. It's a great idea. It's great input from the youth into the city government, and I think we're ready for it in Lake Stevens.
Well, anyway, council, I have brought this to the council before. Marcus is probably the only one that would remember that. It was several years ago, and it was before Marcus and I even got to the NLC meeting, which really got my interest up again because of seeing what the youth were doing and what they were reporting back to the entire group at NLC. I think it's important, as important, if not more important than, I won't say that, than the equity inclusion. I think it's part of the inclusion is, if you really think about it, it's a voice that we don't hear very often, except for, hey, and we've taken care of that. Hey, we want a skate park, because that's about all they were talking about when I was trying to get one set before. And we've done that, so we're ahead of the game on that. We won't be hearing that anymore. So anyway, I just wanted to bring it back again. It's one of those things that is, give your thoughts on it. There's a lot of ways we could accomplish it. We can go get help from the high school. We could get help from concerned parents, maybe some coaches. I don't know how it would work in Lake Stevens, but that's what we would want to determine. The best thing to do is, hey, do we want it? And then, move forward and see how can we get it and what does it look like? And is it a city commission? Is it a youth advisory council? What's the flavor? And is there any interest from our youth to be able to even do it? We didn't get enough the last time. I'll just, I'm very frank with you, is the kids are busy and there's only a handful of kids that actually think past, what they're doing right now. And, they're thinking about college, and there was a couple of them that said, yeah, I want to be on the city council when I grow up, that kind of thing. Well, then get involved. So that's where it's really coming from. It's, hey, can we get them involved? Can we get them more education on what's really happening around them other than Facebook and all the rest of the TikTok and all that stuff? Because I think it's important to get them educated and have them a part of the process. So thanks for the time and listening to us about maybe instituting a youth council in the city. And I'd welcome your thoughts at any time and see if we can put this together or not. Depends.
Kim, I think in our last 12 years, this has been talked about several times, more than just one time. So I hear you on that. I'd love to see it move forward too.
Thanks, Marcus.
So Kim, it sounds like you and Sean, I don't know. I mean, I appreciate the research that you've done. I've also done my own research. I didn't realize this was going to be a topic, but something that I wanted to bring forward, and you brought it forward for me. So thank you for doing that. But we have an extraordinarily large untapped resource in the city. So if we want to talk about equity and inclusion, and we're eliminating a significant percentage of people who are highly capable and highly driven and in a position. So we need to look no further than the service project we had at the mill in the staining. We had about 30 local youth that came in and spent several hours on a Saturday morning and came in, rolled up their sleeves and got after it. Dozens of youth came to the sandbag project. Maybe it wasn't dozens, but there was at least a dozen. My teenage son was among those that was there. And so those are just service projects. So some communities just have their youth council and they have monthly service projects. And whatever it is that they want to do, we can set the parameters if we decide we want to go that route. I would love to see that happen. My neighbor, who I grew up with, is now a city manager of one of the largest cities in the state. He was encouraged by that type of support that he had growing up. So I'd love to see these youth find themselves as they serve others in whatever way that is. The one thing I would say is that we truly let them be the driving force behind what's with guidelines, provide some infrastructure, but let them decide the topics and what they want to do and direction within reason. I think we'll find that the youth will wow us. I look at the way that some of these youth, for example, do eco projects and the scope and breadth of the work that they do. It's extraordinary. And so I think that we are doing a disservice to the city if we don't allow these youth. I was really cool. This mom brought her two girls. They must have been like 4 and 2 to the sandbag thing. Super cute girls. And she was standing there and they were super slow and they're kind of, a little bit in the way. But in my mind, I'm thinking, what an outstanding mother that brought her children, presumably her children, to the event, and what a loving way that she encouraged them to do that. So anyway, that's probably more than what we needed. And I think that we could coordinate nicely with, we've got a good relationship with the, I guess Amy Beth Cook is leaving, but there'll be a new equally capable superintendent put in place. I'm confident that we can get the support of the school district to partner, with CAB. Is probably middle school is probably about as, young as I'd want to go with that. But I think that we get a broad group of people. Just adding one more thing, I look at all of the service hours that the Aquafest royalty people put in. Trinity Martinez, part of, I guess, if we want to include the people of color, she extraordinary. She was Aquafest queen. I'm biased. I've known her since she was a little girl, and she put in significant amount of help. Her parents have had to help point her in the right direction, but she's also had the excellent support of the Aquafest people. There's lots of Trinity Martinez's in our community that are willing to serve our community. So we shouldn't just limit it to the Aquafest people. I think there's more people that want to do that. Thanks for listening. My long wind there.
No, you're absolutely right, Steve. And a lot of that, I kind of forgot about the angle of the students that need to have their service hours put in. And a lot of times Aquafest fills that role because the students wait till the last minute. And oh my God, I got to get to Aquafest and get hours. And we have hundreds of hours at Aquafest that we give over to the kids. But I think that if the youth council went that direction, then that gives us the opportunity to have those kids get their service hours and understand what it is like to serve the community and those things. The other, thanks for the plug on Aquafest, Miss Aquafest. Miss Aquafest is the only thing that happened at Aquafest last year. They continued, they had their pageant, and they did hundreds of hours all year long of community involvement. And I think we should have them come in to one of our council meetings like we usually do and recognize them. I think we do that once a year anyway, so we should have them back in for 2020, Mr. Mayor. So anyway, I great stuff, Steve. Thanks for what you had, and I appreciate it. And it's just one of those things that's been on the top of my mind for quite a while. Sean got on we were just talking about it one day, and he thought that was a great idea, and we wanted to put it forth again to the council and see where it goes. So instead of talking anymore, maybe we can get something else in tonight.
Okay, so here's what I'll do on this. I've already reached out to Nicole Weber, my contact at Everett, asking her for their governing documents for their advisory council, and that's something that we can. So we're not reinventing a wheel. So why don't Sean and Kim and I will review those, see if we can't shape those into a Lake Stevens document, and I'll as well reach out to. I speak in some of the government and the civics classes at the high school. So we'll get those teachers on board also, because we all love a teacher, right, Mary? And help them formulate it as well from the logistics side of things. So we'll move forward with this. I think it's a great idea. All right, perfect. Do we want to take on another topic, or are we done for the day?
How about council procedures?
Woo, that could be a big one there, Gary. I'm okay with council procedures if you're okay with it, and if everyone else is.
Okay. Ignore the email I just sent of a revised agenda for tomorrow. It will be revised again.
Kelly, you're supposed to be paying attention, not doing work.
Hey, I'm multitasking.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, not on Zoom, not allowed. Not allowed.
Hey, just one quick thing while I have the floor. The unfortunate part of this format of meeting is it doesn't have a breakout room. So I just sent you guys a Teams meeting for tomorrow for the executive session at 9 a.m. I think it does have the ability to have other types of rooms, which I will look into, but I probably won't have that ready for tomorrow. So if you could come to this meeting first in the morning, the new link I sent out for tomorrow, really confusing you. And then we'll open the meeting. You'll go to the Teams meeting for the executive session, and then we'll come back here. Does that sound okay?
Okay.
Kind of like we've done in the past.
Kelly, couldn't you rework the way that the other meeting was and just modify the settings on there so no one can contribute except for selected
the way
people?
You could do that is to send it out and put a password on it.
Well, I think what happened is she had it to where everyone can contribute and share screen and mark up content. So that's how they kind of merged it.
I think Kelly set down the plan for tomorrow, and let's do it.
Thank you. In the future, I'm open to other ideas. I think it's 3:00 today, and we're going to do this tomorrow morning. I'd like it if we could just use the Teams link for now.
Let's do it. So we're going to come into Zoom, we're gonna leave Zoom and then we're gonna go to Teams and then come back to Zoom. That's your plan?
Yep.
Done.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to council procedures. Kim, you are up again.
Again? Holy cow. So council procedures, once in a while, we have to bring these forward to look at them. I read through them a little bit. I was planning on reading it again tonight to get ready for tomorrow. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The only thing that I found in my cursory inspection was about the commissions and how we interview the commission members. And what we're doing today is not reflected in the council procedures. What is in there is that we get a bunch of people together from the commission and some council members and whatever and do it. So I'm not sure that the two match. So that might be one we need to look at, because right now we changed how we did it. I think almost a year ago, and Steve and I got, maybe even more than a year ago, and Steve and I got on the group that does the interviews, and we are bringing in somebody from that commission to help with those interviews, and that's good. But I'm not so sure that we're actually following the procedure as it's written. So that might be one we want to look at. So then the question would be if anybody else on the council had any time to look at that yet and come up with anything else that they thought might need to be revised. I think that anything that Marcus did, we should undo. You know, like I could be the new president and by executive order, just go back to Mondays at 7 o'clock, you know, to heck with the Monday Night Football and all that kind of stuff. But no, I'm not going to do that.
That was
Marcus,
never meant for Monday Night Football.
I know, I'm just giving you a bad time.
I would like to bring up doing meetings by Zoom, attendance and so forth. I don't know if that is in council procedures and so forth.
I think we did that by ordinance or something, didn't we, to get it to where we're allowed to do it?
If
On
we
the
did,
the executive orders of the governor.
but that's of the governor. But I'm talking about post-COVID.
So you want to continue?
Not all the time, but maybe having the meetings to where we can remote in, or even have constituents remote in, so not everyone can make the 6 o'clock. And I know sometimes people don't get off work when they think they're going to.
Okay, so we want to look at that as a council procedures area. Okay.
I do. I want to echo what Marcus said. I really appreciate him making the time. I know he was out of town a couple weeks ago. We were at a meeting. Councilmember Peter Shagan also did that while he was out of town. You know, so I appreciate, you know, COVID's allowed us to do that. And so I'd hate to have someone, you know, realize that circumstances don't allow for us to participate. But it certainly shouldn't preclude us in the age of technology. You know, if we can do it legally and transparently, that might be something that we can consider doing, and putting some guidelines in there, like that would help everyone understand what the expectations are. But I don't see any reason, at this point. Like I said, I really appreciated Gary. Was in Hawaii, and I don't know where Marcus was, but I know when I was out of town, the only time I've been out of town since I've been on council, I wasn't able to tune in because I just wasn't available. But fortunately, because of Zoom, you know what? And Sean tuned in from Louisiana when he had his family situation there. So I've had at least 3 council members that have made themselves available despite travel requirements.
No, I agree. Okay. So we'll do that. Has anybody else found anything in the procedures that they would want to talk about?
No. And, for me, I have a very simple reason why. Frankly, we haven't been operating under normal times, and outside of what Marcus raised, we haven't had a chance to actually see how our procedures actually work as a council. So it would be a bit detrimental to rush into, at least for me, to suggest a change when I haven't seen the process work in its natural environment.
Okay, I can understand that. So Gary is reading the procedures as fast as he can. So what do you think, Gary?
No, I don't. I merely brought it up because I thought it would be a short topic. So I don't have anything special. So thank
Okay,
you.
well, we could take it as a short topic and say, and Sean, I think you make a great point. There's at least 3 on the council that hasn't had a lot of time on the council to see how all of the procedures could work. And I don't know if you even got copies of the procedures when you came on. Did you, Angie or Mary? Or Sean?
Yes,
or
we did.
Steve? Did you get a copy of the
No,
procedures when you came
we
on?
got a copy of the procedures. We did when we came on, and then we went to the
Yes, we
AWC training
Oh, okay.
as well. So
Mhm.
Yeah, it was in Kathy's big binder.
Oh,
Yes, it
that's
was.
right. See, when I came on the council, we didn't get it. I didn't even know we had it. I just went to the meetings and did what they told me to do.
So much paper ago.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I think what we'll do is then, Mr. Mayor, I think that we haven't had time to look at it really well, and looking at 4 of the council members that haven't actually been through some of those procedures, we may want to wait on this. We'll look into the commission interview portion of it. Kelly and I had a discussion about whether those kinds of things were supposed to be in the procedures or not. And we can have that conversation. And then the one on the Zoom meetings going forward that Marcus brought up and Steve alluded to, I think is an important one. And I think all organizations are looking at that as something that needs to happen going forward. Coming up with the procedure for that and any kind of, I don't know, rules and things like that we're going to need to come up with. So I think that's good enough unless somebody wants to say that's not good enough. Mary?
No, I'm not going to say it's not good enough, but I want to be sure that we feel like we can have an actual meeting face to face. If somebody is away that they can come in electronically, that's fine. But because like I've hardly ever had a meeting with y'all. 3 meetings, 4 meetings, I don't know. I do know you. But
so Kim, I just want to say, oh, sorry, Mary.
it's okay.
I just want to say, going back to the interviews. So when I was interviewed at the Planning Commission back in, I think it was 2016 or 2017, it was Mayor Spencer, it was Chair Huxford, a couple council members, and planning, I think Russ was on there. So that's been the procedure. So if it's not reflected in our rules and regulation procedures, whatever, we could certainly make some adjustments there. But that has been the practice, to include the chairperson, a couple council members, and the mayor, if the mayor is available, and then a couple of the city staff. So anyway, I think that's a good process. We've interviewed dozens of candidates, over the last couple of years. It's been great. I'd like to see something similar moving forward.
It was a similar process for the Veterans Commission as well.
Yeah, I can't tell you what it was. I'm trying to bring it up. I can't find it right now, but there was something in there that was different than what we're doing now. I don't know what it was. I'll have to bring it up and look at it again. It's not that important for the discussion today.
So one of the topics that we need to bring up when we talk about being able to zoom in or whatever the platform is, which I'm actually for, I think it's a great idea. One of the ancillary things we need to think about is citizens' comments. And post-COVID, post being able to get back together in person, do you still allow citizens' comments if there's also does every city council meeting have to be via Zoom so that we can get Zoom citizens' comments? And what does that mean? And I'll tell you one of the concerns I have with that is this. As I look at the legislative session, they had a session last week that had 1,000 people signed in to speak. And the fact is there's no value other than the sheer numbers, of which you're not even sure what they're going to speak about. But you, with those sorts of numbers, the time in which you get to speak is like 20 seconds. And so is there value in allowing, even though we're back together in person, continued citizens' comments via Zoom? I don't know the answer to that. I'm just throwing that out for us to start mulling in our head.
So one of the things that we have taken to doing on the Community Transit Board is that we're doing our board meetings obviously by Zoom, but citizen comments are written and sent to the board prior to, and then we allow citizen comment on Zoom, but only 3 or 4 of them, and that's it. It's a little easier at Community Transit than it would be for us because we're only talking about one thing, and that's transportation and transit as a specific to buses, et cetera. I think for us to do that would be dang near impossible. There's just too many things that we talk about. But we could certainly say, and we do have written comments come in once in a while when somebody already knows that they're not going to make the meeting. So if we could communicate the fact that, hey, send in some written comments and your comments are in part of the record, get people to understand that part, that might alleviate some of those issues that you brought up.
Yes, and no, because now I think to myself, why would I write it when I know I can get for 3 minutes and I can go back to what I'm doing? I'm just trying to think it through and how logistically it fits into our meetings in the future.
Well, it probably also creates, not just from the flow of the meeting or actually allowing the public to have meaningful content, but I think it kind of creates some technological challenges because you're kind of forced to create some hybrid solutions that they're probably kind of difficult. And obviously Troy would be much better to speak to that than I would be, but it seems like it'd be a difficult balance to be able to have a system to manage the public comment aspect along with facilitating the meeting in a mixed in-person and hybrid and remote environment.
Yeah.
Let me throw out my thoughts on this. My thoughts would be that if we're post-COVID and we're now having in-person meetings, that we can offer remote council member access if they can't make it, but not really open to the public. So it's like we're having it in person, but one of the council members can't actually get there. They can remote in. We can get them thrown up on the screen so they can see them. They can be participating inside that meeting, but no open to the public. Zoom. They can watch it on YouTube or because we're going to be streaming this, or we're going to be capturing the stuff and recording it on our channel 21. We can also get this stuff captured and streamed to Facebook or whatever we want to do, YouTube, in that meeting room. So they might have a way to see that in their homes, but to be able to participate, it's like, no, it's in person, and only council members can Zoom in for if they can't make it.
All right, just one other point that I know of, and that is that there is a bill in Olympia right now to force the issue. So they're trying to force that all committee meetings on any government entity is open to the public via Zoom with public comment. So I know that bill has been dropped. I don't know where it's at. I even know the guy that dropped it, the citizens group on transit that dropped it. They tried to get it to only he was going to do it only to transit, and they were told he couldn't do that. It had to be for everything. So they went at everything. And we'll see where that goes.
I think there's a good hybrid model that's out there that maybe we allow 10, people via Zoom. The rest would be by written comment. And the people who are there at the audience can also, speak as well. So I think there's some hybrid models to flush out throughout that. It doesn't, just because there's 1,000 people who want to do it by Zoom doesn't mean that we have to do that. Maybe there's a way they can log in and write comments. And like if you're ever at a football game, you can log in and write comments, or a meeting, and those comments go up on a screen. So that way we can see them going through. But maybe we let 10 people speak and everyone else can handwrite it, and then those comments can show up on a teleprompter for us. Our
or whatever. It doesn't mean their voice can't be heard. It just means that we don't spend an hour and a half on comments from someone who's not even showing up to a meeting. So maybe there's a hybrid model in there as well.
All right, good discussion on that. Anything else on their council procedures? All right, well,
Gene has his hand up.
Steve does? Who does?
No, Gene.
Oh, Gene. Gene, you've been quiet. Gene, I didn't even know you were there.
Oh, Gene, you're here, huh?
Here. So the only other section that I would like to look at is under media presentation or representation, excuse me. We do have plugins now in the mill for the media to plug into directly into the system. So I would like to reference that. I just don't know the proper language, but I'll work with Troy and Kelly on that.
I take it that's just to capture our video and our audio in the mill. Yeah.
So they don't cause disruption like before, coming up with microphones up on the podium and all that. So this is a specific plugin that we worked through with one of the news channels and installed that.
Okay.
All right. Any other council procedures issues? All right, I'm hearing none. So with that, I think I am personally out of quarters for the day. If you lived in the 80s in arcades, you understand what I'm talking about. So let's go ahead and adjourn for the day. We will meet back up at 9 a.m. And again, the plan is to come here on Zoom. We'll start the meeting up, then we'll end up going to Teams for an executive session and then return to Zoom. With that, do I have any parting shots? Housekeeping. Great. Hey, well, I would like to say the retreats are a wonderful time for me. It really is the opportunity for us to come together as a team. And although we may have divergent opinions about things, that's okay. And it just provides us all a different perspective, gives us the opportunity to lose a little sleep tonight, wondering if so-and-so is crazy or smart. So take those opportunities and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.
Crazy smart.
Crazy smart, that's it.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, I'm crazy. I'm just crazy. That's it.